Welcome to episode 7 of the F&S Podcast. This is one half of the F&S, Matt.
What it is Josh up in the building.
Today we finna talk about the current state of the playoffs right now. And then we gonna get into all the coaches getting fired and things like that.
Yeah, the Western Conference playoffs has been kind of cinematic. You know, I mean, it's been a whole lot of good bouts going on. And in the East right now, it's a little discouraging because the top dog, even though they was already, looked at like they wasn't going to get past this point, but to not have your top dog available, now it's a possibility that they're going to get swept in the Pacers, man. I hate that Halliburton re-injured his hamstring, but they doing the right thing because they kind of playing with house money right now.
Do you feel like due to how Boston plays, because we know they're very inconsistent, this is like one of the most inconsistent 60-win teams I've ever seen, but do you think that they can give up a game to this team just off some inconsistency stuff?
Without Halliburton being there, man, I don't know, man, because like I'm looking at Indiana, I'm like, okay, well, who's gonna do this?
Pascal
can pop off for 50, and I still don't think they'll win.
What about what's due with the braids? What I asked you about him earlier. What's his name? Because he was getting off a little bit. What's his name? I can't pronounce his last name. Light skinned guy with the braids.
Nembhard?
Yep.
He never had to do this before, so this is gonna be a first experience for him. If he does that, that'll be a pleasant surprise for him, for the Pacers.
Mm-hmm.
But to expect that to come from him, even if he get to shoot 30 times.
Do you think Mazzulla's coaching abilities will get in the way of them sweeping? Because you just asked why they run his zone.
Right, yeah, I know. I think that Mazzulla, I think he's trying to be very conservative about how he's going to sweep them. Whereas I think very conservative. I think he's going to, because I mean that's the only thing that I can think of.
Conservative of a sweep?
I mean, because he already down one guy.
Who, Mazzulla?
Yeah.
What, Kristaps?
Yeah.
But even being down with Kristaps, you don't even have to play Kristaps this series. You wouldn't have to.
But that's what I'm saying. You already down one guy. You don't want to lose or risk another guy by, I don't know, man. I mean, look, I'm hearing what I'm saying, and it still doesn't make no sense. Because with Boston being who they is supposed to be, at least they, between Holiday, Jalen, and Jason, that should lock up everything the perimeter can have to offer.
I'm going to say this about Boston, okay? A lot of people talk about that Lakers bubble championship and how easy that was. We're not going to act like this is the easiest path to the finals ever.
Which is that Lakers.
This is the easiest path I've ever seen to the NBA finals, dog.
By the way, that Lakers championship was not, when you think about the teams that they played against, it was not an easy path.
No, I mean, they faced the Heat in the championship. You know what I'm saying? Which the Heat was undermatched. But outside of that, no.
Everybody that they bumped into in the West, those were worthy opponents.
Yeah.
Not that they always had a real chance to win.
No, but that's facts though. Like Boston, dog, they have not faced nobody official in the playoffs. They have not faced nobody official at all. Period.
This year, man.
So they almost, if you want to be honest, got a free pass to the championship because, man, listen.
Well,
I don't think they winning it. I don't
think they winning it.
I seen Odd Couple today, and they was talking about how they feel like Boston could come out and win. I don't think so. I don't think they beating Dallas. Because as inconsistent as Boston is, you're not going to be able to beat Dallas is winning playing bad right now, dog.
Exactly.
They playing bad basketball, missing all the free throws and everything. They still winning.
And Boston got 2 certified killers.
And I was just telling Josh this last night. I think it was last night. Even if Kyrie and Luka play terrible all game, if it's still close in the closing minutes, they still dangerous.
Yeah, I still trust them to do what they need to do more than I trust Tatum. Not so much Jalen. Jalen, I feel like he gonna show up and he gonna at least play hard.
Does this make Jason Tatum tradable?
For me, it would, but for Boston, I don't know. Like they got other things on their mind.
Like what?
Like right now, if they don't win a championship, they gonna have to split them up. And Jason is set to get paid. They paid Jaylen Brown last offseason. So if I'm the Celtics, personally me, I'm gonna get Tatum a U-Haul truck, and I'm gonna let him go on somewhere else, and I'm gonna keep Holiday, I'm gonna keep Jaylen Brown, I'm gonna keep Derek White.
Derek White, you wouldn't put him on a trading block?
If I'm putting Tatum out there to shop, why do I need to add him to the package? That's
how cold is Derek White?
Derek White is a good 6-man option. He's a real good 6-man option. Not that he, is this outstanding. Like I ain't sitting here saying that he on some Jamal Crawford stuff. What I'm saying is, he could be like their version of a Jordan Clarkson type of 6-man.
Derek White? Listen, man. This might be a compliment to all the new young guys out there, but Jason Tatum is Paul George.
I mean,
he's Paul George. That's who he is. Like Jason Tatum is a high profile role player. I don't care what nobody say, man. Like he could be a number 2.
Well, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But like I don't think Jaylen Brown or Jason Tatum should be on number 1, honestly. But you got 2 number 2s on your team. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like even Kristaps, well, he a number 2 or number 3. So you got 2 number 2s and number 3s. That's why they so inconsistent. You ain't got no straight up number 1 guy. I don't see, like, when I look at Ant, right? Ant, he got the number 1 mindset.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The game, he got some tweaking to do, but he only 22. But neither one of them have that mindset. Neither one of them. They're number 2s to me, both of them guys. That's why they definitely need to be broken up, because like no one grabs the bull by the horn. Neither one of them.
Well, I mean, look, Jalen got the mindset to want to do it. He just doesn't have the skill set to match the mindset right now. And Tatum, he got the skill set, but without the mindset.
You could say that about Butler.
Yeah.
Jimmy Butler.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean.
So, but Butler, I think his IQ might be higher than Jaylen Brown's.
I mean, it should be. He's been in the league longer.
Right. So when it comes to IQ plays, because I heard them say something about, I think it was, Chris Broussard said this about Stephon Marbury and Sam Cassell. I didn't even know Sam Cassell played for the Nets. You know what I'm saying? But he felt like that the Nets should have been, or I believe it was the Nets. They would have been better having Sam Cassell, even though Marbury was the better player. But Sam Cassell's IQ was higher.
I'm not going to say that there's no truth to that. I mean, because anytime you got somebody that know what they're doing and can influence, a positive influence on everybody else on the court, that's going to make the team more deadly because now it's not just one player that can kill you. All 5 guys can have an impact in essentially winning the game.
Right.
So there is some truth to that. I mean, that's kind of like the whole I mean, and then too, that's style of play.
Yeah.
That's style of play. Now, like a drastic example of that is the Iverson and Chauncey Billups switching of Denver. Because Iverson, when you're talking,
the problem with that is this the problem. Iverson's not a point guard. Chauncey is.
Right. No, but that's why I said it's a drastic example of it. Because Iverson, he's a scorer, and Chauncey is a distributor, floor general. So you getting 2 different outcomes from 2 different players, even though you got them listed as the same.
Right.
With them though, I'm not sure if I would personally agree with that 100% though, because Stephon Marbury is a distributing point guard that can score.
What?
He's a distributing point guard.
He's a distributing point guard. Stephon Marbury, distributing point guard.
He can distribute. He's not no slouch in that department. Now is he the I'm gonna get you the ball first so we can get going kind of stuff? No, I'm not saying that he's.
You saying he had passing? He's capable of doing it, but he doesn't do that.
Well, but at the same time, how old was Stephon Marbury when he was there? So
is this All-Star game, Stephon?
Does it matter?
I'm asking the question. Is he?
How many young All-Stars do we got to where we like, okay, they still got some things they need to learn?
Yeah, but Stephon wasn't that hold on, because for the Nets, he was for the T-Wolves first, right?
Yeah.
T-Wolves first.
How long did he stay with the Wolves? How long did he stay with the Wolves?
It was a couple years, right?
Just a couple of years.
Did he go to the Nets first, then the Suns?
He went to the Nets, yeah. Nets after that.
He was in the league for a couple years at that point, though, dog.
Just a couple of years. You know what you like? A couple of years is.
And that was a different brand of basketball back then too.
True.
So folks had to play their roles back then for real and play the actual position correctly. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not saying that you're wrong.
But I'm just.
But for them, for like back when the All-Star game meant something. And back when players was actually playing hard, Stephon Marbury was part of that team that beat the West.
That's what I was asking. All-Star, he had 2 critical. Stephon is cold. I'm not about to sit there and knock that. I'm just saying I don't think he no distributing one.
He's not up there with Sam Cassell and them, no, but he can do it.
Like, I think those offensive guys, and I'm not saying anything. Look, when elite scorers always have an issue with distribution. You know what I'm saying? And I understand that. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like a knockout artist, and they can't box that well because they rely on the knockout. You know what I'm saying? So I get it.
I mean, look, we got examples of those style of players that kind of been able to do that, like Zeke,
Isaiah Thomas.
Yeah.
Isaiah Thomas is my man. I'm not about to sit there and say he's not ultra pass. Like, when I think of distributing ones,
Magic Johnson.
Yeah, him. But I love Jason Kidd. That's like my favorite. Like, well, Jason Williams really is my favorite point guard. But Jason Kidd though, like, I don't really choose many point guards over him.
Rondo.
Rajon, I love those guys.
Right.
Those are literal extensions. I like extensions of the coach. So maybe it's a biasness here. I just like extensions of the coach. Stephon Marbury to me is an extension of the coach. He's not an extension of the coach. He's a scorer. He could play the 2, really. If necessary, he could play the 2. Today's game, Stephon Marbury probably be a 2.
He'll be just another version of what the ones are now.
Know what I mean? So, but that's neither here nor there. I mean, I don't think Boston is winning the top. I mean, listen, if I'm wrong, I'll get up on here and say I'm wrong. I'll come back on the F&S and say I'm wrong. But I don't think that they're beating. They could beat Minnesota because Minnesota is just about as inconsistent as them. So, I mean, they could probably beat them. But I don't think they'll beat Dallas. I don't think they'll beat Dallas. Minnesota will probably be a 7-game series.
I can't say that that's wrong at all. I will say that just off of the experience of getting this far, that alone should help them to beat a team like Minnesota before 7 games.
Let me ask you this about Boston, because they lost to Golden State.
Yeah.
Should they have lost?
No, they shouldn't have. They shouldn't have lost. They should have been able to essentially beat them by playing a physical brand, because they were bigger than their best players. Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, they probably couldn't have done nothing too much different as far as stopping them defensively, because Ime Udoka, he had them pretty good in that department. It's just that style of offense that the Warriors runs, it has to be team defense.
Would you say experience played a part in them losing?
Yeah.
So
them losing that series would benefit them when they play against a team that's not experienced in dealing with those moments. So that's why I'm saying I don't think it would necessarily be. It shouldn't be a 7-game series with a team like Minnesota. So
with them having the experience, they should win the championship this year, because inexperience.
Unless they bump into Dallas.
Inexperience would be no excuse at this point.
Unless they bump into Dallas. Because say they are experienced.
Mm-hmm.
Dallas got the 2 best players on the floor.
Well, like I said, you got 2 number 1s going against 2 number 2s.
And
because Kyrie could be a number 1.
Mm-hmm.
Luka's number 1, so you got 1A, 1B over there, pretty much. And then they roll. This thing about Dallas, everybody on the floor, like you said, contributes. No one's on there a ghost.
Right.
Everybody on the floor contributes.
Right.
No one disappears.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody on that floor. You seen the first play of the game the other day, right?
Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody is a problem over there. You know what I'm saying? So 33-32, like I said.
But
we live.
But Boston,
Indiana up 33-32, man.
Boston potentially is in the same boat with everybody on the floor contributing something.
But it's not to Dallas level.
No, it's not to Dallas level, because they're one-dimensional. They're like, we need to make threes in order to be effective.
They're not even 3-point threats.
And that's why I say Joe Mazzulla is the real issue here. Joe Mazzulla is the real issue here. Because had Ime Udoka still been the coach, and you add Drew Holiday to that picture, you add Kristaps Porzingis to the picture, then now we talking about, because Boston was already the number 1 defensive team in the league last year with him,
Ime, or
somewhere around there. They was up to.
Well, yeah, but I mean, even,
and then you add to that Drew Holiday.
But let's they won 60-something games, though. So I mean, obviously they can play some defense still now.
They sacrificed.
Fam, like, this is crazy. But look, Boston. Even man, like, they playing the wrong style of game, like you said. Like, how I would deal with them, they playing a mid-range inside game. You know what I'm saying? Like, none of them, just because you can make threes don't mean you knock down.
Right.
Just like I was telling you on the WhatsApp message. I don't know if you got it, but the WhatsApp message where we was talking about where I was breaking down the Warriors versus the Lakers, and I said Steph's hot is different from Kobe hot.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard that.
Those are two different hots.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so these dudes aren't 3-point knockdown shooters. They can make them,
right,
but that don't mean the game plan should be based around threes because they not like that.
Right. So, I mean, look, the whole in the nutshell for me with the Celtics is Mazzulla. Mazzulla's offense.
So you're saying he need a different coach?
He should have never had the job. I look at him like how I look at, like, he's just maybe a better version of Darvin Ham. Just
that's low. Nah, man.
Look,
he ain't as bad as Ham, bro. He can't be as bad as Darvin Ham.
Look,
no, he's not as bad as Darvin Ham.
The only reason why I said that is because this is another coach that didn't deserve the job, that got the job, but the only reason why he got the job was because he was already in the building with Ime Udoka there. But
he was an assistant, right?
Yeah, he was.
But you see, assistants always get pushed up every time. Like, that's not uncommon.
Yeah, but we all know
they didn't get him off the street.
This was some special circumstances stuff. Okay.
Well, with the Ime thing, which he should have never got fired for. But
right,
whatever. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
Right.
I'm not gonna be moral police here. You know what I'm saying? But we see assistant coaches get moved up all the time. It happens a lot. It's an easy move.
Right, but this was a 1-year deal for him because Ime was only the coach for Boston for 1 year.
Look here, man. Boston, like I said, my status don't my mind don't change on Boston. I feel the same about Boston. They losing 36-33 in the second quarter.
They lost
with 10 minutes and 12 seconds. Josh said they supposed to sweep them. I'm not that confident in the sweep because Boston play too much. I don't know what's up with them. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, the fact that they don't kill with the talent they have on the roster, you're supposed to smoke cats. You're supposed to kill them. You know what I mean? But y'all don't. So there's no excuse to why Indiana's up 37-33 right now. There's no excuse. I don't want to hear this excuse. I don't care to know. I don't care about you being in Indiana. There's no reason why y'all should be trailing the Pacers right now. No reason. They should be up.
Especially when they down Halliburton.
They should be up by 15 at all times. I mean, that's I don't know, man. You know, this is a different era.
Look.
It's a different era.
This is an era where the style of play is shooting threes for most teams in the league. Mm-hmm. And then the defensive rules or the lack of defense being taught is crazy.
Yeah, but nobody on Boston is killers to me. That's the thing. I mean, Jaylen Brown is showing a little something. He's showing a little something. But I'm still not a Jaylen Brown guy. I'm sorry. I just, to me, he's cool. He's handling his business. I give him his credit, but none of them dudes is number ones to me. None of them can lead you to the championship, in my opinion. I think they getting where they getting to due to circumstance.
That has a lot to do with a lot of the things that we've seen in the East. I mean, just think about what we saw this year. You said it, and I agree. The Knicks was the number 2 seed. The Knicks was the number 2 seed.
Yeah, hence to, never mind. You know what? Everybody glazing over Jalen Brunson.
Look. I'm not going to penalize the guy for who he has against him.
You do know when Julius Randle come back, all that's finna stop. You do know that, right?
Man, look. When Julius Randle come back, people gonna realize that the Knicks are a better team without him than with him.
So let me ask you this. Well, the Knicks. Okay, let me ask you this question because we gonna segue into the Wolves in a minute, but we talk basketball and all topics here. So let me ask you this: which one is the better? If you a free agent, if Josh is a free agent, a cold-blooded free agent that's available, and you want to compete for a title, and you think you like one of the missing pieces, right? Which one is a better landing spot? The Knicks, the Pacers, think it's just the Knicks and the Pacers, right? Which one? Who would you go to, Knicks or the Pacers?
Me personally, for my style of play, I'd rather go to the Pacers. I'd rather go to the Pacers. Mm-hmm. I want to go to the team that runs more like a real unit versus the team that the only way that they really win is kind of like they play like a helter-skelter type of style of ball, a little bit. And that's due to Tom Thibodeau.
You don't want to play for Tibbs?
No. Don't nobody look. How many more examples you need? How much more blood you need to see? You know? I mean, we got cut short of a Derrick Rose career.
Yeah, that's crap. I'm still hurt by that.
We got
Rose.
Like, why would you want to?
Like, I mean, look at Josh Hart. You see he had his ribs taped up and all that.
Exactly. Yeah. Go ahead, player. Talk live now. In Cancun.
I think, like, I agree with you. I think the Pacers just...
The only thing that the Pacers don't got that the Knicks do is that they don't got the big market.
Yeah, but Skip, I mean...
But if you a real basketball hooper and you care about, like, winning and stuff like that and playing ball the right way, I feel like it should be an easy choice here.
The Pacers is a small change now either, though.
No,
like,
they
you
not.
know, Brad, Reggie Miller and all them, you know what I'm saying? You had Jermaine O'Neal's around our test. The Pacers, yeah, it's a small market, but that's not like the we ain't talking about the Bobcats here. The Pacers...
No,
it's still like one of those.
Because the Pacers got some history.
Yeah, like they still like. I guess you want to say a storied franchise in the sense. Ooh, he landed around his foot.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, look, the Pacers having some history. They always on the bad side of history for the most part.
We're not gonna act like the Knicks been winning titles either. So I mean, big market or not, when was the last time they won a title?
Yeah, but you know, it's just the thing of having that Madison Square Garden moment has been a thing.
Yeah, but Tibbs over there, boy, you go over there, boy, that's boot camp.
But that's what I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's boot camp, dog. Like, I just am playing for Tibbs, man. If you got a sore calf, oh man, just ice it up. You know what I'm saying? No. And plus, you gotta understand, Rick Carlisle's a better coach there. So you get better coaching.
Right. I mean,
better schemes.
Anybody that got eyes should be able to see that. So if you go to the Knicks, you gotta know and you gotta understand that you gonna get ran like a dog. And
listen, all this is hard work, but man, Tibbs take it over the top.
Right. And then you know, not saying that this should or shouldn't be a reason why a player that is really like that should choose why he wouldn't go somewhere, but the level of scrutiny that you're gonna face from the New York media has always been a thing attached to playing for any New York team. Because they always talk about the New York media this, New York media that.
Yeah, I don't think that's the same now. You got social media now. Everybody gets scrutiny.
Well, yeah, but
everybody get it now. It don't even matter anymore.
Right. So I mean, but those are the kind of things that can, you know, somebody who ain't got the mindset like
I don't think New York media is that much of a threat anymore.
Well, the crowd may be. You know, like I wouldn't recommend going to New York for somebody like Brandon Ingram. I wouldn't recommend that to him.
Brandon Ingram.
I wouldn't say, you know, yeah, New York is a good place for you. No. Like, New York is a good place for a role player that just wants to come in and work hard. Like, New York is kind of like a spot for Alex Caruso. They already got an Alex Caruso over there, but
what's his name? Devin.
No. He
better than Caruso.
Yeah, he better than Caruso.
DiVincenzo kind of, you know, he irritates me, but he kind of cold. I'll put my eyes see if I can get him from New York, man. I'll be trying to make trades for him.
Well, I mean,
You think?
I mean,
You said they wouldn't break them up because of
because
some
of their
connection. You know what I mean?
because they college connection. They call them the Nova Knicks because they won a couple of titles together, which is why they saying that they might be going after Bridges on the Nets.
Mikal Bridges?
Yeah, because Bridges was a part of that Villanova championship team that had them.
Now, if they went for him, right? Because Mikal Bridges is a starter.
Yeah.
So he's a 2, right?
He's a 3.
He's a 3?
He's a 3.
So he'd be coming off the bench. He's not starting over OG Anunoby.
I would have him start over OG. If I had the choice between, I mean, first of all, OG is set to be a free agent anyway. But Mikal Bridges is better than OG.
So they must got some inkling that he's not going to stay if they're trying to go after him.
Well,
if you got an OG Anunoby, why is you going after Mikal Bridges?
Well, because if you get Mikal Bridges in this day, once again, this goes back to this day and age of the NBA. If you get Mikal Bridges over there, you can probably get away with playing him at the 4 in this era.
Dog, he too small.
In this era,
he too small.
Who out here trying to go down there?
Dog, he's too small. Like
who out here?
He's way too small.
Who out? Yeah.
Like he's way too small.
Back in the day,
Mikal Bridges was 6'7".
Yeah, in skin and bones.
Right.
But
like that's violation right there. If I see
this whole league is violation.
Look, if I'm the coach and I see Mikal Bridges at the 4, throw it to my power forward every single time. Every play down there.
Okay,
every play. You know what I'm saying?
I want you to name the power forwards in this league you can do that with.
Let me think about that for a second.
Exactly. It's gonna take more than a couple of seconds. It's gonna be some minutes, bro. It's gonna be some. That's why I said everything is prefaced with this.
Bro, it's violation if I feel disrespected as a coach if you put Mikal Bridges at the 4. No. He's no 4, not even close. He can't even rebound and box out.
Bam ain't a center. But he gets away with it.
He played that role better than Mikal Bridges.
Yeah, because he got meat on his bone.
You know what I'm saying? Like, Mikal Bridges cannot play the 4 under any circumstances. No. You know what I mean?
You're worried about size and strength, then have OG play the 4, and he'll stay at the 3.
He can't either. You gotta be able to box out and grab rebounds, man. Like,
my thing is, who out here is a threat to that?
I understand what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing with that, but I'm just saying. Listen, y'all, I think about the correct way to play basketball, and I say this. Well, what General say? Positions was created so a novice could follow the game or something like that. Something to that. But positions was made for a reason. You got weight classes in boxing for a reason, okay? You have positions for a reason. Mikal Bridges is not a 4.
But look at the league.
You know what I'm saying?
Look at the league, and you tell me how many players
I feel you
play their listed position properly.
I agree with you. That's why the game look jacked up now.
Okay, then so they can technically get away with it.
But they not gonna win it.
I'm not saying that they would win a championship.
No, I know, but I'm
not
just
saying
like,
that they would win a championship. But I bet you with that they can beat Boston.
Well, I'm not gonna disagree with you because Boston played too much. Boston.
Okay, who else in the East would be a threat to that?
Cool.
If the
New York?
If the Knicks was to be able to some way somehow get Mikal Bridges and keep OG Anunoby there.
So who they trading? Julius Randle?
Please.
So you have Brunson, which is, he's the savior now. He's the greatest. Oh my!
Let's not put titles on him that he did.
Nah, man, people got him like that. So Jalen Brunson. Then you have Devin Chico. I respect Devin Chico's hustle. I respect him. Then OG Anunoby, Mikal Bridges, and then you got my man's. Will he be healthy? Will he be healthy?
It would depend on if
what's
you
his
want
name again?
Mitchell Robinson or you want Harden.
Now, what's your feelings of Mitchell Robinson?
If he can just stay healthy, because He's definitely a rim protector. I'll tell you this much, okay? And I don't care if people view this as a hot take or not, if they feel like this is disrespectful or not. Mm-hmm. When it comes to defense, I'd rather have Mitchell Robinson over Rudy Gobert.
That ain't no hot take.
Some people may feel that way because,
bruh, his peers don't view him like that.
But that's
Rudy
what I'm saying.
Gobert is not cold, okay?
But that's
He's
what I'm
not
saying.
cold.
But look, Mitchell Robinson will protect the rim better, and he'll rebound better.
I don't even think Mitchell Robinson is good like that. But you know what I'm saying? I almost like Hartenstein. I don't know, but
I like Hartenstein better. But Hartenstein don't defend the paint the same way. So
well, if we go off your idea about having Mikal Bridges at the 4, you would have to have Mitchell Robinson.
Right.
Because Mikal Bridges at the 4. Look, now
I'm just saying that they could get away with it. I'm not saying personally that I would do it.
I'll get away with it when and how often, because
look at the league. Matter of fact, look at the East. Look at the East. Okay? You go.
Do Mikal Bridges even got a post game? Can he even back you down a little bit? Like, I mean, to even be in the 4, like, okay, I don't agree with Kevin Durant playing the 4, but he can at least back you down and hit you with a fade, and he like 6'10". You know what I'm saying? Like, Kevin Durant got the height to get away with certain things. Mikal Bridges don't have that height.
Look. I hear what you're saying, and you preaching to the choir here. What I'm saying is, in this league, how many times is they going to have to worry about that mismatch being exposed?
With a coach with common sense?
Okay, how many players in this league, even with a coach with common sense, how many players in this league would be able to capitalize off that?
Anybody that plays the correct brand of basketball, that go down low.
Which is who?
Like you supposed to.
Which is who? Who is that?
I'm not. You right.
Who is that?
You right. You're right. It's very frustrating brand of basketball.
Okay, then. So that's the only
to
reason
have
I'm saying what I'm saying.
Dog, if we coaching against one another and I see Mikal Bridges, if you insert Mikal Bridges at the 4, dog,
look,
listen,
like
man,
I said,
there ain't no way.
They can get away with it. Pascal plays the 4 sometimes.
That made more sense than Mikal Bridges.
I'll tell you this much right now. If Mikal Bridges was playing defense on Pascal, he would be one-dimensional.
Who? Pascal?
Yeah, on Pascal.
Pascal already been one. He's not no two-dimensional dude. Like, he just... I've seen a comment where they say Mikal Bridges is a hoop. I'm not Mikal Bridges, but Pascal is a hooper. Yeah, that's all he... I mean, Pascal is a guy that, to me... Pascal is one of those dudes that make a difference on a championship team, but not on a bad team. Pascal gonna play like Pascal no matter where he at. And I don't think like Pascal is a solid player to me. He can ball. I wouldn't reject him on my roster. I'm just not looking for him to, I don't think he's like a number 2 or nothing like that, but he's a dude that's, it's hard for me to explain this. He's a solid dude to have. I would not have him.
No, I mean, look.
But I don't think he's not super strong at anything, but he can ball though.
You don't want
to hard to explain.
You don't want to ever turn away good players.
Yeah, like he's not elite at anything, but he's solid though.
Right? Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I hear what you're saying. I hear exactly what you're saying. But going back to my point, in this day and age in the NBA, if they was to entertain that thought, they can get away with it. Because there's nobody out here that's living that life that can take advantage of that.
Mikal Bridges at the 4, nobody could take advantage of Mikal Bridges at the 4.
Would take advantage of that.
Who's the 4's in the East? Julius Randle would tear that man up down there, dog.
If he make it to the playoffs. If he make it. And say he does tear.
Giannis, don't he play the 4?
He played the 4. And
there's no possible
sometimes.
way Mikal Bridges can guard Giannis, bruh.
Listen, look.
There's no way.
Giannis, you saying this like Giannis got skill.
No, I'm not saying that, but he too small. Mikal Bridges is way too small to deal with Giannis.
I hear what you're saying. But the way to defend Giannis, at least the way that they've been doing it, they've been all about putting up this wall. They've been all about putting up this wall.
I think my man Stan created that.
That's fine.
Stan Van Gundy created that wall. At this point, I'd rather have Stan than Monty, but whatever. Whatever. He got me looking up rosters right now because this is crazy. Like, I can't believe, just
think about it.
Mikal Bridges at the 4.
They could get away with it. I personally do feel like they can get away with it if they was to do that. Now, personally, me, what I would want, because I'd rather have Mikal Bridges than OG Anunoby, then I'm going to let OG walk, and I'm going to get an upgrade at that position for Mikal Bridges.
Is he up? All right.
He's an upgrade.
So I'm looking at Philly right now, right? They power forwards. And this is Mikal Bridges guarding them, right? So Nicholas Batum.
Who giving him the ball?
Oh, Philly?
You mean to tell me that they gonna say, you know what? Instead of getting Embiid the ball, instead of letting Maxey shoot.
No, I'm talking about with the matchups. I ain't talking about that. If I see Mikal Bridges at the 4, bruh, then Tobias Harris, go to work, Tobias. Go to work.
Yeah, come on, bring your inconsistent, non-showing up self. Bring it on over here. Bring it on. Ain't nobody scared of Tobias Harris, even if it is a size mismatch. Who's scared of him?
Mikal Bridges weigh 100 pounds, dog. No, we ain't gonna do that.
And Tobias would not be able to get off on him.
No, Mikal Bridges, he should not be. No.
You forget that this dude was in the running for Defensive Player of the Year.
Mikal Bridges?
Yes.
But what position was he Defensive Player of the Year at?
He was the Defensive Player of the Year at the 3.
Right, not the 4.
Wait
a minute. Isn't Gobert a 4-time defensive? We lose a validity to this Defensive Player of the Year because Gobert is a 4-time Defensive Player of the Year. So I don't want to hear that.
I don't want to hear that. They got the wrong people.
So
having
Mikal Bridges being in the running for that means absolutely nothing. If Rudy Gobert is a 4-time Defensive Player of the Year, I don't want to hear that at all.
Well, look, like how the MVP has become a popularity contest, it's kind of somewhat become that way with that award too.
But Kelly Olynyk will give Mikal Bridges all type of work down low.
He don't get no clock.
You know what I'm saying?
He don't get no clock.
Kelly Olynyk right now, because he's an underrated post player, will give this man all kind of headaches.
He don't get no clock. He don't get no clock. He don't get no clock.
I'm telling you. I mean,
Kelly Olynyk got 1 foot out the door.
And he still would give Mikal Bridges all kind of problems.
Look, we can come up with all kind of players that if it was just left up to them and one player alone, yes, they would be able to do some crazy stuff. I mean, shoot, Jahlil Okafor ain't even in the league. And Jahlil Okafor would give almost every center in this league the work.
If I'm Jahlil Okafor at this point, I'm good where I'm at. I don't even want to come back. Dog, 61-46?
Exactly.
Let's see. Hold on. I ain't done yet. Hold on. Amani Bates, they got him at a 4?
You see what I'm saying?
No, maybe that's a 3. Because it just say forward. Over on the Amani Bates is not a forward. This dude is a literal 2 guard. NBA wildin'. But, either way it goes.
It's this positionless basketball thing right here going on. And then when everybody plays the same styles of trying to shoot threes and stay up on the perimeter, that makes Mikal Bridges even more valuable. Especially if you add the combination of OG and Anunoby. Because now you got 2 guys with size and length that's going to be defending the perimeter.
They still not getting out the second round.
I never said that they was getting out the second round, but depending on who they matchups is, they probably would.
And then with Tibbs as the coach, Mikal Bridges, how long he lasting?
Look, It's the same point being made about that. I'm not saying that that's what players should do is go over there, but this is just all hypothetical talk here. This is not like what's really going to happen. But the only reason why they would even entertain that is because of their whole Villanova connection with each other and winning championships with each other. So that's
you can win championships in college all day, but all them undersized dudes ain't winning nothing. Okay, Jalen Brunson is overrated in the mug, actually. But whatever, y'all can have that. Y'all love Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson is the greatest one to touch the rock.
In comparison to what's going on,
carved in Mount Rushmore as one of the best point guards to ever play the game.
Listen,
know what I'm saying? Like, the Knicks is not going nowhere next year. Mark my words. They might get bounced the first round if everybody healthy.
Well, I don't know who that everybody will be. Because,
just saying, like,
because I'm telling you right now, I could care less with what Milwaukee got going on. They ain't got what it takes.
If Milwaukee healthy, they beat New York, bro.
With who?
Well, who they got now?
With who they got? What, Dame? Dame?
I guess Jalen Brunson better than Dame Lillard.
I'll tell you this much.
Jalen Brunson better than Dame Lillard?
I'm going to tell you this much right now. The same way I said Jalen Brunson had a better year than Steph Curry, Jalen Brunson had a better year than Damian Lillard.
Dog.
He had a better year than Damian Lillard.
Jalen Brunson's not a better basketball player than Damian Lillard.
Did he have a better year than Damian Lillard?
What that mean?
I'm isolating it to just this year. Did he have a better year?
I said better basketball player. I'm not talking about the year. I'm talking about a better basketball player,
but
period.
Did he have a better year than Damian Lillard?
There's fighters that win rounds. What that means? Is he a better boxer because he won a round?
Who did?
That don't mean nothing.
Matter of fact, who did Damian Lillard and them lose to? In the first round?
Who, the Knicks? Was it the Knicks?
No. It wasn't the Knicks. Who did they lose to in the first round this year?
I gotta look, because that was a very forgettable series.
That was a very you don't want to remember when they lose.
Listen, I'm not no big Bucks fan. I don't like the Bucks. You know what I'm saying? I'm a Pistons guy. I have no horse in the race here. But
they lost to them.
The Pacers?
They lost.
The Pacers. Well, listen. It took me a minute to understand this and realize that the Pacers play as a better unit than the Bucks.
I hear you.
So I'm not surprised, and they up by like 20 right now. So I'm not surprised that they beat the Bucks at this point. But and what planet is Jalen Brunson a better basketball player than Damian Lillard? I'm not saying. What do Jalen Brunson do better than Damian Lillard?
What does Jalen Brunson do?
Yes. What does he do? Lillard? Please tell me. Tell me, please.
I'm gonna tell you right now that Jalen Brunson this year, once again, I'm gonna isolate it to this year.
He keep putting asterisks on it. I said better basketball player. I didn't say this year.
Listen, if you want to factor in bodies of work for everybody that you want to name drop and put on the list, then everybody's better than Jalen Brunson. but if you want to be fair here, because you don't win living off of your past.
But guess what? You know what's crazy? Because I had this analogy before, and I heard them talk about this on iCouple. I always mention this on my favorite show, but they mentioned him with Isaiah Thomas. Very similar to Isaiah Thomas year before he got injured. You know what I'm saying?
Which is fine.
Is he better than Isaiah Thomas?
That's a very debatable subject to me.
Because to me, Isaiah Thomas for the Celtics was putting work in.
And Brunson ain't.
And I didn't know they got to the Eastern Conference Finals. They got to the Eastern Conference Finals with him?
And Brunson ain't. Brunson ain't putting in
work? I'm not saying that, but is he better than Isaiah Thomas?
Is that not debatable? Is that not debatable? Don't let your hatred for Jalen Brunson just cloud over.
I don't have hatred. Look at the state of the East. The state of the East is terrible.
I hear what you're saying.
It's terrible.
I hear what you're saying.
Terrible. So you got this guy, Jalen Brunson, who getting off due to this. At least when Isaiah Thomas was getting off, the East was functional. You know what I'm saying? Like the East is
so
terrible. You know what I'm saying? Like, are you kidding me? Like,
okay, so let's weigh out the differences here, right?
All right.
Isaiah Thomas, who was on his roster at that time, and
he had a nice squad.
And who was his coach at that time?
Was it Dog and he a GM, right?
Yeah, he the general manager.
Brad
now.
Stevens.
I think that's his name.
Here's Brad Stevens.
Who technically, in my opinion, he's a good coach.
But he led Butler to was Brad Stevens the coach when Butler went far?
Yeah,
I was watching that series.
That's the whole reason why Gordon Hayward came over there.
Yeah, okay, yep, I remember that.
That's the whole reason why Gordon Hayward came over there. But he was the head coach for them. We seen what he did with the young boys. Two of them still there right now.
Mm-hmm.
Brad Stevens. So you got better coaching. You most likely got better players because if I remember correctly, who was on that team at that time?
Oh, Celtics was cold.
Right.
It was cold.
So
Thomas was getting off though.
That's
in
fine.
a tougher, like, and this is the thing. One, like, the NBA was still, they played their positions correctly at that time too.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and I'm not saying that you're wrong here. But what I'm saying is this: Jalen Brunson is working with a worse roster, with worse coaching, given that it is a worse Eastern Conference. It's a worse Eastern Conference, but it's a worse roster with much worse coaching. And he's still doing his thing. So does it balance out at any point?
Look, man, I give Brunson whatever credit that he needs, but we gonna listen. The true tests, since everybody putting him on this pedestal, they better be in the Eastern Conference Finals next year. The Knicks better be walking in the Eastern Conference Finals next year at least. If Brunson is this dude, especially if they decide to pay him.
He's already under contract with them. He ain't up to get paid.
No, I think he on a
He signed. I thought he signed a 4-year deal with them when he came from Dallas. This would be year.
They was saying, I was listening to a podcast and it's talking about him betting on himself, like, because I have a very unsettling feeling like this is probably gonna be his best year ever,
and
after that it's gonna decline.
And you know what? If that is the case, you know what I'm gonna say? He just gave us 1 year. And the 1 year that he did gave us, I gave him credit for that 1 year.
Yo, man, listen, man, he been giving me Jalen Brunson praise for a nice minute, man.
For this year, every single time I say something about Jalen Brunson, what do I always preface it with? This year. For this year, this dude, he balled out. He balled out of control, and given the circumstances,
all I'm going to say is the Knicks better be in the Eastern Conference Finals next year. All the praise that y'all gave Jalen Brunson.
Yeah, Brunson's still under contract. He ain't leaving them no time soon. He's already under his contract. I'm trying to figure out I'm trying to pull up what his actual contract is.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm going to say this about the Knicks.
Yeah, he signed a 4-year contract, $104 million. So,
okay.
So next year will be the 3rd year of that contract, and so he'll have.
Is it an opt out?
No, he has the player option after the end of next year.
Okay, I think that's what they was talking about. Like, if he opt out, should he just go and get his money, or just? In my opinion, I say this: if I'm Jalen Brunson, because
go get your money.
Get your money, dog. Because I don't know. You don't want an Isaiah Thomas situation.
Right.
You don't want that. Because Isaiah Thomas was up to get paid. Then he got hurt.
Right.
He was up to get a max, I think.
Right.
But he ended up getting
part
hurt.
of that, to put more context to that, part of that was his fault too, because he turned down the surgery.
Did he?
Yes. He turned down the surgery. He was supposed to get surgery. It was going to be season-ending surgery that was going to impact his ability to get paid. But it would have had a positive impact on him still having a career and staying relevant in the NBA.
Well, decisions.
That's part
has
of the
consequences.
That's part of the reason why Boston easily gave him up to Cleveland.
Well, it is. I get. Hey, it is what it is. But Brunson, I hope you in these conference finals next year.
First of all, I hope everybody stays healthy next year.
Hey, y'all got the coach y'all got. Look,
I hope
with the praise Brunson got. You know what I'm saying? He should be able to march through there with Tibbs. No, see Tibbs. I'm not gonna listen. I'm gonna say this about Tibbs. I don't think Tibbs is necessarily a bad coach. He just don't have balance.
He don't know offense.
Like he don't have balance. I'm not gonna say he unsuccessful as a coach because he has success. He's not trash. The dude just don't have balance. He's unbalanced. You know what I'm saying? Which to me, he needs to be an assistant coach. I think he is elite as an assistant coach.
But that also makes him a liability.
I'm not
as a head coach. That makes him a liability. So for him to not know how to give guys that you got on your team at your disposal that can give you some minutes.
Mm-hmm.
You got guys right there. You had a vet in Alec Burks who normally plays well all the time. No matter where he's went, he's played well.
Mm-hmm.
When he got minutes. Then you got Shake Melton over there, and you ain't giving him no clock?
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, to me, honestly, I would let him go.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the way.
I would let him go.
But
especially with the coaches that's on the market right now, I would definitely let him go.
Oh, I seen a report yesterday actually. Yesterday, I seen a report that the Knicks, they not going to be shopping Julius Randle. They want to keep him around. Dead serious.
Well, there go Jalen Brunson being the greatest Knick ever.
See right here.
There go that.
Yep.
New York doesn't want to trade All-Star. That's the Athletic and Breach Report too. Yeah. Well.
Yep. So Julius Randle will phenomenally continue to get into people's way.
I couldn't believe they called him Zach Randolph. But it is what it is, though. You know what I mean? It is what it is.
So, anyway, but let's move on to what we really want to talk about.
All right, cool.
Let's go to this Dallas and Minnesota series.
All right, no doubt. We gonna hop right into that. We right back. All right, so we back. Had to take a little, Josh, the bartender, he makes great drinks. So
So now we about to get into this. We gonna review this Mavericks and T-Wolves two games we've had so far. I'm gonna say this because I said it already before in our WhatsApp.
Mm-hmm.
If they have a good game shooting as a team, they beat the Wolves by like 15, 20 points.
I'm about to say they've been winning without having good games. They was missing all their free throws the other night, bro.
Yeah, did you see the
Kyrie missed I seen him miss 2. I'm like,
yeah. Did you see Jason Kidd in the locker room after the game?
Nah, I didn't see. I didn't even see the post.
So Jason Kidd in the locker room, it was funny because after he says what he says and the players come in the huddles and they put their hands in and say stuff, he's like, yeah, free throws.
Hey, I mean, look, listen. Honestly, the Timberwolves should be ashamed of themselves.
He just tipped the ball in for the other team.
Indiana's up 90-81, bro. It's one in the fourth. But first of all, the Timberwolves should be ashamed of themselves because the Mavericks was handing them the game. Just here, take it. Mm-hmm. And y'all slapped it out. Like, I don't understand. Like, I mean, listen. My whole thing, I like, and it's cold, but all these, look, he needs better guys with him. He's looking to get his guys involved, and they just not. I think Ant is ready. I think he is. I just think that he has the mentality that's needed. He wants it to be a team thing. He don't want to do it by himself. If this was Kobe or Jordan, They be like, bump it. I'm gonna just go and do what I gotta do. You know what I'm saying? Like straight up. Like, you know what I mean?
I'm sure, but if they was to approach the game like that with these players as teammates, would they have gotten this far?
With Kobe or Jordan?
Yeah.
Well, you need solid dudes with you, point blank,
right.
period.
So,
there's no other way around it.
That's why.
And Ant understands and recognizes that. That's why he be saying what he be saying about Cat. Like, if you don't foul out or get in foul trouble, you know what I'm saying? Right. He recognizes he needs these dudes. That's why he give McDaniels a lot of that praise, which McDaniels is coming into his own. I like McDaniels.
McDaniels, he's the true definition of 3-and-D.
McDaniels,
3-and-D guy.
I'll be trying to keep McDaniels because what McDaniels is doing, I could see teams looking at him like, hey, let's get on the phone and try to make a trade or look at his contract situation to see what the deal is. You know what I'm saying? Because
we jumping a little bit ahead.
Hey,
but yeah, I would be trying to move some other players around.
Well, we already know who need to be moved. That's not even a shocker here.
Yeah, the two.
Gobert got to go. And Cat got to go.
And Cat got to
It's just that simple.
I'm telling you right now. I'll offer. Well, I'm not gonna get.
No, what you gonna do? No, go ahead.
Well, see, I would be trying to get marketing off of Utah.
I don't think Utah giving up no marketing for Cat or Gobert. Well, Gobert was already there.
Gobert back, but
and you gotta think about McDaniels there. They gonna want him.
Well, I mean, look, McDaniels is gonna be off limits. McDaniels is off limits because McDaniels he's the defender that you need next to a guy like Ant. Even though Ant himself, he plays good defense.
He played serviceable defense. He's not playing good defense on Kyrie.
Well, who does?
But when you open your mouth and say
you're right, but this has always been Ant. This has always been Ant. Like if you listen to Ant in his interviews ever since he was a rookie, this dude been ignorant. Okay? This dude been ignorant.
But I mean, regardless of the fact, you said that you was gonna guard Kyrie.
Well, he was riding that high of confidence after beating Jokic because he was in the interview giving Jokic his flowers, saying that Jokic is the best player in the league, which is, to me, that's still what it is.
He is the best player in the league, though, is he not?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. To me, that's still what it is. And so for him, he beat his idol, his GOAT,
KD,
in the first round.
Do you think that's wrong for him to feel that way?
No, it's not wrong for him. I mean, well, you mean like calling KD the GOAT?
His GOAT?
Well, look, everybody got a right to their own opinion.
Okay.
Everybody got a right to. I mean, some of these kids feel Paul George is the GOAT. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody got a right to their own opinion. Do I have to agree with it? Nope.
All right.
Not at all. But
no, I'm not.
But yeah. So I feel like though for the Timberwolves, they are schematically doing things wrong right now. Cause the biggest mistake that they doing is putting their best offensive player on the deadliest one-on-one player probably that this league has ever seen.
Okay, but my question is this, right? Just to play devil's advocate, who's going to guard him? Who?
Listen.
Because he's going to get off. I mean, it seems as if I'm going to say, let me rephrase this. Does Ant Edwards got enough in his bag to compete blow for blow with Kyrie on offense? Because at that point, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, he got enough. Ant got enough, especially in this day and age of the NBA. Going back to that,
blow for blow?
To go blow for blow with any offensive player in this league. He can, look, he can't guard Kyrie. He can't. But the same thing that we say about Kyrie, and due to the fact of the way the league is right now, who can guard Ant?
He's more stoppable than Kyrie. We've seen that already.
I hear what you're saying, but who is going to do that? Who going to do that on Dallas?
Now, you showed me a stat with Ant.
Which one?
Hold on. You showed me a stat where he's shooting a low percentage here.
Yeah, career low over the last 3 games.
Let me make sure I get this correct. Let me pull this up because let me see here. Okay. Has shot 29.8% over the last 3 games. The worst in any 3-game span of his career.
Because the way teams are defending him,
so
they giving him that Kobe treatment. Like they making him have to see multiple bodies.
But that's what greats have to deal with.
Right. And so does he have to learn how to overcome that?
Yes.
But you can make it a little bit easier on him by allowing him to have the energy to fight through that by not having him have to guard Kyrie.
So we talked about this off the air, right? The difference with the Mavs and the Wolves is the fact that the Mavs, all they guys is a factor here. Every last one of them. You know what I'm saying? So I can't say that about the T-Wolves.
Well,
because Gobert, not a factor.
He's not a factor.
Cat, he clearly isn't a factor like that. Otherwise, he would have been playing the fourth quarter.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? If he's not hitting threes,
once again,
he's not a factor, son. Like, I mean, if he's not hitting threes, he's not a factor. Who's the 3 of the Wolves? It's McDaniels. McDaniels is a factor. I like McDaniels. And Conley, listen, you gotta give Conley some rope because how long has Conley been playing?
Well, I mean, Conley played well the other night.
We can't look at Conley to be
the guy.
Or the we're looking at Conley like Al Horford, but Conley, he's just an extension of the coach. He's in position to help and do what he got to do. I'm not looking at Conley to be dropping 20 or 30 and none of that. He's here to help Ant get in his positions and things like that and pretty much guide the offense. That's his role. You should not be expecting nothing else more than that from Conley. Right?
Look. Here's the thing. The second and third biggest problem is they bigs aren't playing and using their size to their advantage. When
has Cat ever done that?
But that's always been what I've said to other
Cat
people. Because there's some people that swear that Cat could be that guy.
Who is these people?
Some random friends that I know. They got their emotions wrapped up in a certain team.
And Karl Anthony Towns?
And they feel like Karl Anthony Towns would be the perfect complement to their team. And I'm saying
Karl Anthony Towns.
Same. And I'm gonna tell you right now the same thing that I told them. Cat has been the same player for the past 9 years, going on 10.
I'm gonna say this about. It's one thing if you're the same player, if you a Joe Johnson or Al Horford, because this is the thing, right? A Joe Johnson, he plays his position well as a 2.
Yeah.
Plug and play guy. He handles his business. He does what he's supposed to do in the right spots. You know what I'm saying? Right. Same thing as Al Horford. Mm-hmm. But Cat, in your position, he's supposed to be what, a superstar?
He's supposed to be arguably one of the. I mean, because
Cat's supposed to be. He's a power forward, so Karl Anthony Towns supposed to be.
His name's supposed to be up there with the Anthony Davises. Of the league.
Anthony Davises and stuff like that. He's supposed to be at least that. I'm not saying Kevin Garnett, but he's supposed to be like a tier 2 forward. Yeah, I say Anthony Davis is a tier 2 forward. Right?
He's supposed to be up there.
So he's not that. He doesn't play. Karl Anthony Towns is a big dude. If this dude actually went to the post and played a post game, he'd be probably unstoppable.
Right.
He's not a small guy. Right? And he can shoot the 3, but that shouldn't be his primary go-to move.
See, but this is the thing with Cat. he's stupid. Like
I'm not arguing that.
He always gets into foul trouble. Like last night.
And already said it. He the first player I heard say it live. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So
right. And he needs to learn how to, let certain things be just behind closed doors.
What you mean?
Meaning that, yeah, it was true what you said to him in front of the press.
About foul trouble?
Yeah. But obviously he knows Ant well enough to where he can get away with that with Ant. But if there was anybody else that, like, you don't need to be calling out my flaws in front of the press, because I can do the same thing with you.
All right, let me play devil's advocate again. How long Ant been with the Wolves?
What, this is like year 4?
How long has Cat been with the Wolves?
9.
So you 10. Got some cat that come through and take your team from you.
Exactly.
So
see, but Cat ain't built that way.
He came in and took your squad, bro. Like,
Cat
you know what I'm saying?
Cat ain't built that way. Cat ain't built that way. But the reason why I said that is Ant got to be careful, because not everybody is going to respond well to that.
Well, this is where the comparisons come in at. Everybody didn't respond well to Jordan. Everybody didn't respond well to Kobe. Mind you, Chris Broussard, once again, salute. He said this, that Michael Jordan said, don't pass the ball to Bill Cartwright. Right. Bill Cartwright went up to Michael Jordan and told him, if you ever say that again, I'm going to break your legs and you're not going to be playing.
Right, exactly.
So there's ways to handle these situations, because it's a thing when it comes to folks on TV. Folks look at them as cyborgs and robots. These are humans still. So, my thing is, if you calling me out on the airwaves or you being disrespectful to me and I'm your teammate, it's going to get solved right then and there. Right. We going to solve that right then and there.
But you can see that Cat ain't built that way. Cat ain't built that way.
Like, that's crazy, dog. But this is the thing.
The same way Horace Grant ain't cut from that cloth of, like, you say something crazy about me,
well, Horace Grant, I think he said,
Horace Grant is cold, but Horace Grant,
I don't think he allowed Jordan.
Did you see the way that he was looking in that interview, dog?
What interview?
In that Last Dance documentary interview.
Refresh my memory.
Have you seen The Last Dance?
I seen it, but refresh it. It was like, that was like the year of the pandemic. I haven't seen it since.
But I forgot exactly what the context was, but they was trying to blame Horace Grant for something, and he didn't have like no kind of dog mentality kind of response. He was like on some like innocent puppy type stuff.
Listen, man, there's absolutely no way on God's green earth. You know what I'm saying? If I'm a player, like, look, I've always felt this way. Everybody has a role. Me, I have no ego. Right? So if I'm playing with a guy and he's the best guy on the team, you the best guy on the team. I'm here to help you, but you're not finna disrespect me.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
You're not about to disrespect me. I'm here to help you. You know what I'm saying? Just as much as I need you to win, you need me to win too. Right. To play my part. You're not about to disrespect. We men at the end of the day. And a lot of these guys have kids and families. Mm-hmm. You're not about to violate me. You know what I'm saying? Right. Like, at all. So, nah, that like, but I don't think what Ant said was crazy disrespectful, though.
No, but it's just the thought of, you chiming in on something that I feel like should stay behind closed doors.
What, foul trouble?
No,
I think the world sees in foul trouble every game.
Right,
almost.
but as a team, you got to present unity. Mm-hmm. You can't be out here on some dog why you always fouling type stuff.
Did he say it in that type of way though?
No, he didn't say it in the end.
It was like in a jokingly fashion.
Well, no, I don't think it was in a jokingly fashion. I think Ant was serious because his reaction was like, it was like a reaction to whatever it was that Cat said. He was like, well, stop effing fouling.
I didn't see that part.
Yeah.
Was this on the floor when he said this?
No, this was in the press conference, the post-game press conference. So that's why I'm saying, like, he's gonna learn better because he's only 22 years old. If he's gonna be the leader that he needs to be for this for the team to take it there.
Let's be real here. What 22-year-old should be the leader?
This is
Cat should be the leader.
You right. Look, this is right, but Cat just ain't cut from that cloth. This is why Minnesota, they made the mistake when they chose to invest in Cat over Jimmy Butler in the first place.
Well, remember what I said to you, right? Remember what I said to you. I wouldn't mind bringing Jimmy Butler back.
To Minnesota?
Yeah. Especially with that little thing that's going on, like with it seemed like him. I don't know if that's a real thing or a big issue. Maybe they could solve that behind the scenes. But if I'm Minnesota, hey, I wouldn't mind, because I don't think Butler will get in the way of Cat. I'm not Cat, but Ant doing this thing. I think he would actually. If you got Conley.
So here's the dilemma there with that.
What's up?
If you bring in Jimmy Butler, what you doing with Jaden McDaniels?
Then you just say
because you just said that you not a fan of moving somebody.
I was about to say,
that.
then you just say I'm gonna use your stuff. Then you just say you can play my man's at the 4.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I'm not like my thing. I'm not
now. To me, in this NBA, that's a doable move. But at the same token, okay, so what does that mean for Naz Reid?
I'm trying to bend to this era.
Okay.
So I'm just talking in terms of
right, but
this current state of the league. I'm trying to bend here.
I hear what you're saying.
It's making me want to throw up saying this, but it is what it is.
I hear what you're saying.
You wouldn't trade Cat for Jimmy Butler?
Oh yes, I would.
I'll figure out the rest later. You know what I'm saying? Like McDaniels, he's still, to me, I like McDaniels. He cold-blooded. But who's they 6 man? Well, Nas B, right? That's cool.
Well, if you get rid of Cat, then shouldn't that elevate Naz Reid to starter?
Right, and then that make McDaniels a 6 man.
McDaniels ain't got the kind of offense for that.
He can give you a little. I mean, look.
He don't look. You look at the last game that he played. All the points that he contributed came from open shots.
You're not wrong there, but that's not my only move, though. That's not my only move. It's just
they should bring back Tyus Jones.
They should never let him go.
Them, yeah, but Memphis can say that too.
Tyus Jones is a very solid role player.
I don't know why he chose to go over to Washington. But,
they probably didn't want to pay him, but like same thing. Reason why Brunson went to the Knicks. They want to pay him. Probably the same thing.
Right.
But if I'm Minnesota, because the way they lost that game, they about as inconsistent. Them and Boston's the same. They are very. If that series would be a toss up, if Minnesota and Boston was to play in the finals, I wouldn't be able to call that. I don't know who will win that game, who win that series. They that inconsistent. I don't know how did it go. You know what I'm saying? So,
well,
Minnesota needs to make some moves at this point if they want to win a championship. I feel like they done plateaued as far as they can get with Cat and Gobert. And he should have took that. He was supposed to take that shot. It don't matter. He was supposed to drive.
I know.
He was at the crib.
I hear what you're saying.
When you at the crib, you're gonna get the benefit of the doubt. Wasn't my man's the referee? Wasn't he there?
Scott Foster?
Wasn't he there?
I think Scott Foster was.
No, he would have called that foul. If he would have just drove to the rim and flailed his arms, he would have got 2 free throws. He was supposed to drive. It was like 3 seconds left.
Yeah, but
he was supposed to drive that. You don't pass that under any circumstance. You don't pass that to Naz Reid. You don't pass that to Naz Reid. Well, Kobe would have passed that to Naz Reid?
Kobe wouldn't have passed it at all. Kobe would have had 5 guys on him, and he would have said, I don't care, I'm still taking the shot.
Well, Jordan would have passed that to Naz Reid.
Which is, by the way, that's
Allen Iverson would have passed that to Naz Reid.
Which is, listen, y'all, look. That's a bad decision, no matter who it is we talking about. If you triple team, somebody else is open. If you making the smart basketball play there, you're technically not going to be doing anything wrong.
So I guess if you the coach would have been cool with that? Go ahead and pass it to Naz Reid?
If I'm the coach, first of all, I would have called a different play. Because I would have seen that my star player is gassed. And so I would have called a different play. I would have called a different play. I would have called an alley-oop.
No, that's too much time for alley-oop.
No.
3 seconds too much time for a lob.
No. You inbounding it from the side. You have everybody in motion, and this is where
the time don't start until the ball hit hands or something.
Touch hands, right, exactly. So 3 seconds is long enough for you to get one dribble off and a pass in the alley dunk.
That sound good, but the likelihood of that happening, when have you ever seen that happen? Besides, well, even with Dwight, when he had that game-winning alley-oop dunk, that was 25 pounds.
Yeah, you could throw it in from the side.
Yeah, but 3 seconds too long. That has to be like a 0.5 or something like that on the clock for you to do that.
Not necessarily. Because then you put the pressure back on the other team. Now, y'all got to get a shot off under that little bit of time. I'd rather have the pressure on them than the pressure on me.
Who on the Wolves gonna catch an alley-oop?
It would be either between Ant or Cat.
You just said he gassed. How you gonna go catch a lob? Gassed.
He ain't gotta fight through nobody to get through that.
And then Cat. Look here, the Wolves are incomplete to me. I think. Listen, you got Ant. Listen, that's your star, right? He your best star you had since KG. In my opinion. Is that far off?
No.
Right. He's your best star y'all had since Kevin Garnett. Right? So, the last time y'all went to the Western Conference Finals was with Kevin Garnett.
Speaking of, I'm just throwing salt in the wound here, but the Timberwolves picked Johnny Flynn over Steph Curry.
Oh, man. But, I'm going to be fair. Let me play devil's advocate again. The only reason why Steph Curry got a shot was due to Mark Jackson. If there was no Mark Jackson, would Steph Curry be where he is now?
Well, no. But Steph Curry still had talent that...
But they wasn't giving him the shot.
True. But Steph Curry was still showing that he was going to be a solid player in this league. Johnny Flynn, his career lasted, his rookie contract, and he was out.
But they say the average professional career ain't that long anyway.
That's fine, but Steph Curry had the special talent.
We wouldn't have knew that if it wasn't for Mark Jackson. Who was giving him? Because if he...
Well,
look, man.
Well, I'll say this. To have an offense built around getting a three-point shot, yes, we wouldn't have known that. But it doesn't mean that we wouldn't have known that Steph Curry was a good player.
No, Steph would have been at the least a cold role player. At the least, I'm not saying he is a role player. Steph is a great at this point, but if you get, it's all about opportunities. You know what I'm saying? And Steph was given that opportunity. Same thing with Draymond and Clay. They was sitting there for how many years before they was used?
Well, they both was playing quality minutes young.
Who?
Steph
and Clay? And Draymond?
Steph, Clay, and Draymond, and all of them. They was playing quality minutes young.
And this was under Mark Jackson?
Under Mark Jackson. They both were playing quality minutes young. All of them was playing quality minutes young.
Salute to Mark Jackson. For Mark Jackson.
Because at that point in time, they was they was still trying to get back to some sort of relevancy. Because the last Golden State Warriors team that was relevant was that Baron Davis, Jason Richardson, Steven Jackson,
which that team was actually cold.
Matt Barnes, Monte Ellis.
That team was cold though, actually. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, it was
right.
cold.
Yeah. I know they was built. Don Nelson built that team to beat the team that he left.
Underrated team, underrated coach Don Nelson. Nelly, underrated.
Right. So,
it was a tug of war between Monte Ellis and Steph. I know folks was kind of upset that Monte.
Well, I remember it like it was yesterday. Monte found out that he got traded during a pregame warm-up for something else. I still remember him walking out the stadium with the headphones on, dog. Like, I still got memories of that. Because Monte Ellis was my favorite player in the league at the time. So I was all up on, like, watching Golden State and seeing how that was going to work. But they traded him to get Andrew Bogut.
Do you feel like... Nah, it's probably a disrespectful question.
No, go ahead.
Who puts more fear in your heart, Steph or Monte Ellis?
Steph.
Monte was cold though.
But Monte, to me, in a complete sense of a basketball player, he does more.
So I'm thinking in my head, he drives and everything.
So to give you a perfect illustration, right? I'm gonna switch it to football really quick, just to say something real quick.
That's what we do here.
Okay, so Megatron.
It's my guy.
Megatron. He one of the best receivers to ever play the game, but he can only really run 3 routes. Slants, drags, fly routes.
So he disrespecting the Lions like
okay, so look. They have a drill in football called a 3-cone drill. And this is supposed to gauge your ability to change direction at what speed can you change direction and whatnot. He had a worse time than Tom Brady.
Well, Megatron?
Yes.
I won't be surprised as big as he is.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So even though he can only do 3 routes as a receiver.
So let me ask you this. Not even cut your wisdom. With him only being able to run 3 routes, still being in the Hall of Fame, still being triple teamed at some instances.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Steph Curry, he only does a certain amount of things really on the floor, and he's developed into getting better at doing more and more things as his career's got on. So he's not just a 3-trick pony or anything like that. But I'm just using that as an example. His ability to do those 3 things really well at such an elite level is better than the guy that can do everything just at a good level.
I can see what you're saying there.
So
I see what you're saying.
So yeah, I mean, did they make the right move? I think that's self-explanatory. They made the right move. Did it hurt me? Yes. It hurt me, but I was still following Monte Ellis. Him and Brandon Jennings. That was a cold pairing. They didn't stay together long enough.
So the Bucks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Him and Brandon Jennings, that was a cold pairing.
I love Brandon Jennings in Detroit.
And they didn't get a long enough time. And unfortunately, their first round playoff series was against the LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh Heat. So it was like, what else you thought was going to happen? But then Monte Ellis goes to Dallas with Dirk. And he's popping off over there. And then he really starts popping off when they traded for Rajon Rondo. But I remember the playoff series that they had against the Spurs.
So Rajon quit?
Well, no, that was against Houston. But I think this was before they got Rajon. but they had made the playoffs the year before they got Rajon.
Right.
I think it was. And I think it was in the playoff series when they had against Pop in the Spurs. I think this is back when, was this LaMarcus Aldridge? I don't think this was LaMarcus Aldridge. But anyway, Popovich said the game plan was to stop Monte Ellis from getting paint penetration.
He can drive. I mean, he could.
Right. And so, but I just felt like that was interesting because this Dirk was still on that team.
I'd rather live with Dirk shooting than having this dude drive.
But that's the thing. I'm like, the other team said, in order for us to win this series, we got to stop him, not him.
Yeah, I mean, I will always live with you shooting jump shots versus driving to the paint. I don't think anything's wrong with that because, you know.
But had Rajon Rondo would have never quit, they would have beat Houston.
I'm not disagreeing with that. Rajon Rondo's an extension of the coach, man. So,
right. So I mean, but anyway, back on topic. The Timberwolves, man, their inexperience of winning in the playoffs is showing here.
Yeah.
They inexperience is showing, and Dallas having two cold-blooded certified killers. Because Luka already got a graveyard that has Kawhi Leonard and Paul George in it, Devin Booker in it. Like he already has that graveyard. Now he is looking like, not gonna say that this is what it's gonna be, but it's looking like this could potentially be a sweep.
I give the Wolves a game. I'm gonna say this because with the Mavericks playing so, they've been inconsistent like the whole time, honestly. Kyrie and them, and maybe it's due to them. Maybe Kyrie's inconsistency is due to him getting other people involved and he changed his play style in a sense. That could be the case. You know what I'm saying? And him kind of taking turns with Luka. That could be the case. I don't know why they're so inconsistent, but the role players is picking up the slack due to inconsistencies. But I'm giving Anthony Edwards. He done shown through this playoff series that he can pop off and really go off for real, and go off and be unstoppable. He's shown that. No? Is that false?
No, but he's shown that on his own terms. On his own terms. See, Dallas is creating the terms in this game, in this series right now.
Mm-hmm.
Dallas is creating the terms. Dallas is like, okay, we gonna stay in this game. This is gonna stay relevant. You not gonna stay comfortably ahead of us. You gonna, like, there's pressure to every one of your possessions with us.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't like that playing against Phoenix. There wasn't pressure in every one of those possessions. It wasn't even like that playing against Denver.
Well, I agree, but you got two different type of cats, though. See, like, you know, when I look at, let's say Phoenix, right? I don't think Bill is as good as advertised. He's a good role player, but I don't think he's never thought that. Then Booker.
Well, him and Booker, they
the same dude.
They taking up the same space on the floor.
You know, Bill should be coming off the bench, but that's neither here nor there. Whatever. So with the Suns, they was all wrong there. And then Kevin Durant, we've already seen that he's just a guy that plays in a neutral sense. You know what I'm saying? So we not like, Kevin Durant is official, but he's never been that guy that's like, he don't have the Kobe Jordan in the mentality. He just a straight official out cold baller. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, due to circumstances when he really go off like that, like with the Warriors, he had a bunch of cats on his team that, you know what I mean, like he can rely on. You know, Kevin Durant nice, but he don't have what I want in the chest, in my opinion.
Right. He
don't have that. But he's cold though. Like Kevin Durant's one of the rare guys that don't have to have it in their chest like that to win a title. You just got to have a good team around him.
Yeah, because he's just like,
you know what I'm saying? But he don't have to have it in his chest. But that's a very rare thing. You know what I'm saying? So
he's a freak.
But things have to be in line though.
Right. Playing go.
he's not gonna take the bull by the horns and be like, yo, he's Kevin Durant is gonna do what Kevin Durant do, regardless of the situation. Right. He had 25 and 30, but still lose. And it's like, hey, I got my 30, whatever. You know what I'm saying? It ain't my fault. Right. So it is what it is.
And this is where the growth of Kyrie Irving is probably it's shown itself. Because Kyrie used to be about getting his 30 and his 40.
Yeah.
That used to be what he was about.
Mm-hmm.
And then you remember that interview that he had where he apologized to LeBron?
What we talking about? Oh yeah. When he was on somebody's podcast. He was sitting like a couch or something.
Well, he was on Boston at the time that he said that.
He said he didn't realize how hard it was or something.
Yeah, because he's trying to lead kids. And at that point in time, I understood where Boston was coming from because Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, and Terry Rozier, Scary Terry, they went to the Eastern Conference Finals without him there. And now you're going to come up in here and you think we need you?
They didn't need him, though.
Right. So he was like, Kyrie was still learning how to be a leader.
Right.
He was still learning how to be a leader. Now it looks like he's taken all of that game that he's got over the course of his career between playing with Bron, being on Boston, and being the number one option on that team,
mm-hmm.
and then going to Brooklyn, teaming with KD.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's learned a lot of things over it because he's took a lot of bullets over the years.
Unnecessary ones too.
Right. So he's taken all of that and now he's able to teach from experience, from being the other guy and trying to be the leader. And now he can take that. See, because now he's taking the backseat to Luka. And like scoring 30 and 40 is not as important to him.
Well, and plus when you got role players that, man, listen, I know it feel good to be able to rely on the other four guys on the court, man. They ain't all on you.
Right. And so that's where he's grown, and the fact that he chose to stay in Dallas was a wise decision. Because he had the opportunity to go somewhere else and essentially, you know, make his own terms again for his career.
Well, let's be honest here. Mark Cuban, I haven't heard any crazy stories about him being a terrible. He take care of his players. Yeah. When I understand, like I never heard any type of stuff about him. He take care of his guys.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
So Kyrie, now he's this player, and like that's the ultimate X factor that nobody can deal with. Nobody on Boston is going to be able to deal with that. Nobody on Boston is going to be able to deal with Luka.
I mean, look.
But Minnesota, being that that's the current team that they got in front of them, I feel like because Minnesota as a whole dealing with this kind of success, making it to the Western Conference Finals, Cat being in the year, Cat being in the league for 9 years and never getting this far, Rudy Gobert never getting this far, Anthony Edwards being as young as he is, and this is his first time ever making it this far. Has Mike Conley ever made it to the Western Conference Finals?
Not that I know. Was he
with the Grizzlies?
With the Grizzlies, he may have. I think was he on the Grizzlies with Zach Randolph and them, because they went to the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, he was over there. I think.
So he may have. Yeah, don't quote us on that.
But
that was a while ago.
But this is a very strong possibility that this is the first time for all of them. This is the first time for all of them.
I mean, look, if we look at the rosters on some objective, real stuff, the T-Wolves not better than the Mavericks. Gobert not better than Gafford. We're not even gonna play that game.
I
don't think Gobert is better than Gafford. You know what I'm saying?
Some people will say because they just gonna point straight to
he's not better than Gafford, bro. He's not better than Gafford. I didn't even know Gafford was like good like this. You know what I'm saying? Until he went to Dallas. He not better than Gafford.
Well, he was on Washington.
And then PJ Washington, and Cat. Listen,
he was on Charlotte.
If I'm gonna give you a hot take, I'm gonna take PJ Washington over Cat, man, because PJ Washington played that 4 like I need him to. Okay, so.
Well, look, this is the thing. See, this is where not getting so caught up in the team's record benefits you. Because every team got a cold player somewhere on that roster. You just got to be able to have the eyes to see.
Well, let's be honest, though. Let's be real here with Dallas. Just like how we said the Knicks won the real 2, Dallas not no real 5.
Not at all. No.
Dallas probably would be like number 1 or 2 in the West if they would have had that
with
roster.
This team before the deadline.
You're right. So they made that trade. That's why trade deadline moves is very important sometimes, you know, because I think the Pistons had this same type of move with Rasheed Wallace at the trade deadline when they got him. You know what I'm saying?
Well, look at the Lakers last year. The Lakers last year was looking like they wasn't even going to be around for long, and then they had one of the craziest trade deadlines, and they made it to the Western Conference Finals, being that it meant that they got swept.
Exactly, but they still went there. So the Mavericks is not really a 5. Right. So if you look at that roster and line them up on some real stuff, just to start lineup alone, Gafford is better than Gobert, dog. Like if you want to say Gobert allegedly plays defense better than Gafford, whatever, you can have that. But everything else, no.
When it comes to fighting down there,
you know what I'm saying? Exactly.
When it comes to fighting down there, who you want?
Exactly.
Which game you watch?
Exactly. PJ Washington, he plays the 4 better than what Cat does. Whatever, call it what you want to call it.
Listen.
But PJ Washington not getting sit in the whole fourth quarter.
Yeah, under no circumstances should that happen to the guy that's supposed to be the
in the conference finals. He gets set in the whole fourth. Mind you, let's put some context on this.
Right.
It's not like it's the middle of the season and they got an argument and he getting set the whole fourth quarter as a punishment. This is the conference finals where a championship bid is on the line here.
This is where I point my finger back at the coaching again.
Mm-hmm.
Because I get you don't want to have 3 big men on the floor. That makes sense. But if you was going to sit anybody, shouldn't it have been Rudy?
Yes. So that's clear. But who's the 3 for the Mavericks? My man's name?
McDaniels.
No, the Mavericks.
No, the Mavericks. Oh, Derrick Jones.
Derrick Jones Jr. Yep. So Derrick Jones Jr. versus McDaniels. That's a
fairly even matchup for right now.
McDaniels,
he gives you more defensively, but Derrick Jones, he provides you with more offense.
We call that a draw. Cool. Ant Edwards and Kyrie. Kyrie is the better player, but Ant got that dog in him. But Ant Edwards.
Kyrie.
You know what I mean? Like,
Kyrie.
Ant cold, but Kyrie is just better. It's what it is.
Kyrie is Kyrie.
There's nothing wrong with having either one of them guys. It's just Kyrie got the experience. He's a champion. He's the best ball handler, period. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, so it's just Ant is just mismatched. But that don't take nothing away from Ant. Mm-hmm. It's just what it is. Too much inexperience.
To me, from a strategic standpoint, I want my best scoring option to have all the energy that he needs.
He can't do that guarding Kyrie. He wouldn't be able to do that. Well, he'd be better off guarding Luka.
Yeah, guarding Luka, he stands a better chance. But then you have to ask yourself, okay, so if you take McDaniels off of Luka, how much easier is it going to be for Kyrie to get work on McDaniels?
Easier. So I mean, Kyrie is the de facto unstoppable guy here. You know what I'm saying?
The matchups is crazy because I was listening to the post game show on the Inside the NBA, and Charles Barkley said something that is interesting. He said, because the playoffs is all about matchups,
right?
In a lot of cases,
right.
And Charles Barkley said, had Dallas been playing Denver would beat Dallas.
No. I don't believe that.
I don't necessarily believe it, but I can see why he would say that.
I don't.
Well, Jokic, for one, he can be the facilitator, but he can also play like a big man.
Yeah, but see, this the thing.
Now, his team, his surrounding team, like I brought this out. I think I told you this on the WhatsApp. The biggest difference with the Nuggets this year is that they didn't replace their two biggest role players that they had last year.
Talking about Bruce Brown
Brown and Jeff Green.
Yeah, but even then though, right? Because like, okay,
and they had Thomas Bryant on that team too, and he was like spelling Jokic. Like,
but who on earth gonna stop Kyrie over there?
It's
just as dominant as Jokic will be,
right? But
and then Gafford will be a problem too, because at the end of the day, Jokic got to try to stop lobs and all that. He not stopping that.
By the way, in Indiana, they ended up losing.
Yeah, I seen that. They lost.
But
shocker there.
But
should have lost.
But the whole point is, nobody is equalizing what you getting from the best player on the Mavs. Nobody is equalizing what Kyrie did in the first half of Game 1. Nobody is equalizing what Luka did in Game 2. With Denver, you got two players that can somewhat equalize the impact.
Who?
Jokic can equalize what Luka does. And Jamal Murray, from an offensive standpoint,
look here.
We seen Jamal Murray take over series.
Against Dallas, he wouldn't do that.
Who's gonna stop him?
He got to play defense. You see how Ant looking?
No, but
you see how
Malone is a better coach than he is. Malone wouldn't have him guarding Kyrie.
Who's gonna guard him?
Look, if
guys, look, who's gonna guard Kyrie on the Nuggets, bro?
Listen, look, if Malone is as smart as I think he is, he's just gonna let Contavious Caldwell-Pope be on Kyrie and let it be what it is. Cause at the end of the day, if you can't play defense, then you need to be able to play offense.
I agree. I'm not disagreeing with your statement. I'm just saying, like, at the end, just like Jokic there's nothing you can do with him.
Right, but
there's nothing you could do with Kyrie either.
You're right, but this is...
And then you got Luka, there's nothing you could do with him.
See, but this is what I'm saying, though. This is what I'm saying. Jokic being guarded by Gafford, PJ Washington, and Derek Lively. I see a whole lot of foul trouble.
Yeah, but I hear you.
I see a whole... Because Jokic will attack them dudes.
That's cool, but...
Cat ain't attacking them dudes.
Right, but this the thing. Okay, Jokic gonna get his stuff. That's fine.
Right.
You can't score 110 points, man.
No,
so
he can't.
So Jokic can have 40, 10, or whatever the case is. You still gotta stop the two guys I have back here. You have to stop them, and you can't.
Right, yeah. Look, you looking at two teams that got essentially, because I don't think there's nobody on Dallas that can stop Jamal Murray if he's popping off.
Jamal Murray is he's better than Brunson. He's better than him. But Jamal Murray ain't no Luka or Kyrie.
I'm not saying that he is.
And I don't think he as unstoppable either, because he stops himself.
Well,
for the most part, it looks like he's inconsistent himself.
In this playoff series, he's dealing with that calf. So, are you going to give him some rope?
I'm gonna give him some rope, but I think that
some rope?
I give him some rope, but I think he's a tier 2 guy. I don't think he's like tier 1.
That's fine. But Jamal Murray, he has a resume of doing this though, just like they do. It's just not as deep and it's not as cold as theirs. But Jamal Murray has a resume.
So you just said what I said. He's a tier 2 guy.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they can stop him.
Yeah, but this the thing though. If we looking at the whole, like, okay,
at the end of the day,
Jamal Murray's the weakest link out of these dudes.
That's fine. But that doesn't mean that he won't be effective.
I'm not saying he wouldn't be effective, but the thing is, I'm rolling with Luka and Kyrie over Jokic and Jamal Murray 10 times over 10.
Well, listen, I'm not saying that I agreed with what Charles Barkley said.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm just saying I can
and
see
then
why
that
he
roster,
said that.
because look, the Mavericks is better than what the names say.
Yeah, I mean, look. Listen,
They're a cold team.
If we was
cold.
to break this down, player for player.
And the last player matchup that we didn't mention was Luka and Conley, and I don't think that needs to be mentioned. We know what's up.
Right.
So,
but if we was to break that down, Denver, player for player, matchup for matchup, that series would come down to Michael Porter Jr. for Denver.
And that'd be Michael. He's like a poor man's Clay.
He's almost like a J.R. Smith.
He's a poor man's Klay Thompson. Poor man's Klay Thompson, because all he can do.
I would say Keegan Murray is more of that than he is. Keegan Murray on the Kings, but
they're in the same.
But
like Porter, look, Michael Porter Jr.
The reason why I say Michael Porter is because he has athletic ability. His jump shot, he gets off the ground high, and just like J.R. Smith, he can shoot you in the game or he can shoot you out of the game.
J.R. Smith better than him, dog.
Yeah, I'm not
by like a mile. My Michael Porter Jr. ain't sweet like that. I think Michael Porter Jr., the reason why Michael Porter Jr., he plays for the Nuggets. If he played for the Magic, there would be nothing like, you know what I'm saying? Would you want Michael Porter Jr. for Magic?
We would see a different version of Michael Porter Jr. because while he's on Denver, he's not getting the ball.
Dog, he not. So, even if he got the balls, he putting it on the floor on you like that.
Well, we don't know if he can do that or not.
No,
we don't know if he can do that or not.
He can shoot if you in the league.
Look,
most of these dudes can shoot threes if you open.
He was a top. Well, what was that? Number 6 pick in the draft for a reason.
How many top? Dog, what? What that mean?
What I'm saying is, he has.
How many people have flopped being a top 10 pick?
I hear what you're saying, and you're right. But I'm just saying he would have been like we would understand Michael Porter differently.
But Michael Porter ain't sweet, man. He's not sweet like that.
Because the player that he is in Denver, they're making him just a spot up shooter, pretty much.
That's what he looked like. That's what he is.
But that's not what he was in college.
That's because you step up a different level, man. You already know how it go. You know what I'm saying?
But what I'm saying is he would have had an opportunity.
Patrick Beverly looked official in high school.
That's fine.
What is he now?
He's a defensive anchor.
That's it. He probably was breaking folks and all that in high school, shooting threes, twos, all that. But he not doing that in the league. Michael Porter is a spot up shooter. That's what he is. And when he try to put it on the floor, he gets shut down.
Right. Well, look, listen. Two things can be right. Would he have been a spot up shooter on a different team? We don't know. But a whole lot of players would turn into spot up shooters playing with Jokic. Just like playing with Bron. We seen the likes of Chris Bosh and the likes of Kevin Love turn into corner 3-point shooters.
You said you weren't that high on Chris Bosh anyway, and you weren't that high on Kevin Love, so.
But we seen fat Kevin Love get 30-20 games on a regular basis.
I told you that, and you dismantled my statement when I said that.
What did I say?
That I said Kevin Love was official with the Wolves. They ain't win nothing. That's what you said.
Yeah, because they didn't.
You know what I'm saying?
They didn't win anything.
You know, but I mean, he was cold over there.
He had more of a better team because, okay, so look, anybody that's listening, look up the name Nikola Pekovic.
He was cold.
Nikola Pekovic was that dude. I wish he would have had a longer career, but due to his associates, his career got cut short. But the tandem with him and Kevin Love and Ricky Rubio, that should have been something that we should have seen for a longer time.
In my opinion, Rubio's underrated. He's one of the guards. I like those type of guards, so distributing guards.
Right.
I love those guards. So they always get put on the high list for me.
Right.
So I always like Ricky Rubio.
Whereas Chris Bosh, he was cold in Toronto. Honestly, I can't remember none of his teammates.
When he had Jermaine O'Neal was over there. I remember that. I think
was Jalen Rose over there? Like
I don't think Bosh was there.
Or was it the Morris Peterson? I think his name was.
You ain't like Mo P?
No, like he was solid, but like I'm just trying to get a breakdown.
I don't know
how good this team was because all I know is that they lost to Orlando in the first.
When they started trying to really make moves, that was around the time that he ended up leaving to Miami.
But I do remember he had a couple of possessions, and that's exactly what I mean when I say that. A couple of possessions.
Mm-hmm.
Think about how many possessions happen in a game. Mm-hmm. A couple of possessions where he gave Dwight the business.
Bosh?
Yeah.
I mean, listen, Bosh was a top 4. It happens.
Right.
It happens.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't necessarily count that against Dwight, and I wouldn't give Bosh extra praise for that because.
Right. But I'm just saying that to say guys that was viewed as being like that, when they go to a team where there's a higher alpha, they gonna automatically take a lesser role.
Well, I mean, if you want to win, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
you have to.
If you want to win,
somebody got to be everybody. It can't be that many Chiefs and no Indians, dog. Like, you have to have some Indians. That means what it is.
So anybody, because we both agree that Nikola Jokic is the best player in the league right now.
Yep.
Anybody in the league would take a backseat to Jokic.
Well, yes. I mean, he ain't no. Listen, I know. The Wolves beat them, right?
Right.
And that's due to their lack of depth.
They lack of depth and a dumb, stupid game plan. I don't know what Malone was smoking. I don't know what Malone. Like we just had examples of this.
Mm-hmm.
You don't play players the whole game and expect them to be popping off like that, especially him. Jokic don't got the athletic ability.
But we talked about this. Who's his backup?
DeAndre Jordan.
Can he do that? This now. This is the thing. I'm gonna say this because I feel like DeAndre Jordan should have got minutes.
That's what I said.
But the way he runs his offense,
he runs it through the big man.
Right. So
if it was more of a traditional offense,
right.
But that would have required him to have another ball handler on the team. And this is where not having Bruce Brown and Jeff Green.
Bruce Brown ain't no ball handler.
No, but
No.
But when you have more depth at your role player spots, that takes the weight off of that a little bit.
Right, but he has Jokic. Almost running the ones.
If you was desperate, you could have let Reggie Jackson try it out.
Reggie Jackson can run. Look, let me tell you something. Am I the biggest? I like Reggie Jackson personally. I don't think I keep people in their place. I understand who does what and how. I like Reggie Jackson. Do I think he the greatest? No, but I do like him. You know what I'm saying? I let him come off the bench on my roster. I would. You can bring in DeAndre Jordan and let Reggie run the ones for a second, for a few minutes.
Yeah.
Give that man a rest. You can do that. Reggie Jackson, it's not like he don't know how to play. He been to the finals before. He had decent stretches in Detroit. You know what I'm saying? Like, Reggie Jackson showed he can play. He can play.
Right.
Let him run the ones. I don't think he gonna mess it up. And then, you know, him and DeAndre Jordan actually plays good together. It's very similar to how Luka throw them lives to Lively and Gafford. It's very similar to that. You know what I'm saying? So you just gotta change it up, a little pick and roll offense a little bit. Let Jokic get a breather, because the dude, he can't run up 40 minutes.
No.
Especially with all the stuff he does.
Right.
He looked exhausted.
Yeah, he has too much. And this is the trap that some teams get themselves into. Dallas almost did the same thing with Luka. Where you rely on your top superstar for so much, and you get lazy in getting him a team, because you be like, oh man, this player, he's so fantastic, he does everything, we can just let him do it.
If we look at the great players, look at their role players. Every championship team, look at the role players.
Exactly. But to go along with what we're saying here, look at LeBron on his first stint in Cleveland.
He ain't had nobody with him. He ain't had no soldiers with him like that.
Cleveland rolled LeBron and didn't really care to get him any quality help. Now I do understand that they got Mo Williams over there, and then they got Antoine Jameson.
First of all, let's put this in perspective. Antoine Jameson didn't come there till after LeBron left. He didn't even play with LeBron.
Well, no, that's not true.
No, he didn't play with him, remember, because he was mad that he even came. See, they got Antoine Jameson when LeBron made that decision. He never played with him.
The way I remember it is that they had the opportunity to get Amari Stoudemire, and they turned down the Amari Stoudemire trade and got Antoine Jameson instead.
No, they didn't play together. Not that I remember. They didn't play together.
I would seriously suggest we double check that. But
let's look at this. What year was this?
That's hard.
And we gonna look this up. Go ahead, section. Go ahead, Josh.
It's gotta be in the late 2000s, somewhere around there.
I know that for a fact.
Somewhere in the late 2000s.
I remember that whole thing where because Antoine Jameson left the Wizards, which he should have stayed there at that point, and came to Cleveland because he thought he was playing with LeBron.
But he was old at that time.
Antoine Jameson would have been decent with Bron. Antoine Jameson was underrated.
Well, yeah, but like, what I'm saying is, you're not getting him a quality player that he can really run with, that he can win championship with. But anyway, going back to the point, relying on your top player to carry the load alone is a bad idea, because at the end of the day, they still human beings too. They're gonna miss shots. They're gonna turn the ball over, just because you're putting that much more weight on their shoulders.
Oh no, you're right. So my bad. You're right. Cause I was wondering why you were so upset. So 2009-2010 Cavs, right? They actually had hold on now. They had Daniel Gibson.
Boobie Gibson?
No, let me read this roster down. Right. Daniel Gibson, Danny Green, J.J. Hicks. So you said you liked him.
J.J. Hicks was solid, but he was not no... I'll put it to you this way. If you don't remember who J.J. Hicks is, there's a reason for that.
I mean, he ain't no different than my man's with the dreads who played for the Nuggets.
Man with the dreads that played for the Nuggets. You ain't talking about Nene, is you?
No, the other guy, the forward, the high energy guy. I can't even think of his name, dog.
That played for the Nuggets with the dreads.
Yeah, real high energy guy. You know who I'm talking about.
Fareed?
Yep. He ain't no different than Kenneth Fareed. J.J. Hicks ain't no different than Kenneth Fareed.
I think Fareed is better than him. I'm sorry. I'm going to give that knock. Look, Fareed got the nickname Manimal for a reason.
Hickson played the exact same way.
Just at a much lower level.
All right. So let me go keep reading this. So you had Gibson, Danny Green, Hickson, Big Z, Cedric Jackson, not familiar with him, Darnell Jackson, Brian James, Twan Jameson, Kobe Carl. I remember Kobe Carl. He was all right. Jamario Moon was all right.
No.
Jamario Moon was all right.
No.
Shaq, Anthony Parker could shoot that thing. Leon Poe, Telfair, Veritas, Delonte West, Moen. Hey, man. They team wasn't that bad, man.
They team was trash without LeBron.
This wasn't the...
if you take LeBron off of that team, do they make the playoffs?
What was the East looking like at that time? I'm looking at this because we just talked about guys who know what they doing. If this the thing,
if I remember correctly,
does Shaq not know what he doing? Does Anthony Parker not know? Anthony Parker is an underrated player.
Okay, so
he's an underrated guy. He can. Like me, people like Porter Jr. Right?
I opened up a can of worms.
There's people like Porter Jr. Right? Is he that much better than Anthony Parker?
Well, look, listen. They play two different positions.
Anthony Parker played a 2.
What do you think Michael Porter is?
He's a 2.
He plays a 3 for Denver.
No, he the 2, man. Know what I'm saying? I don't care what I don't care what Denver got him listed as. That dude's a 2. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't care what Denver got him listed as. I don't care about none of that. You know what I'm saying? Delonte West underrated. I don't care about the personal problem.
Well,
Delonte West is underrated.
You do something like that, the chemistry on the team should be messed up.
I agree. You know what I'm saying?
You do something like that.
Mo Williams, solid role player. I mean, Danny Green. Wasn't people loving Danny Green?
At that point,
spot shooter.
Danny Green didn't make his name until he got on the Spurs.
Know what I'm saying? Big Z, underrated big man.
And at that time, how old was he?
Big Z?
Old as dirt. You give him a bunch of old players.
Listen. At the end of the day, you had a bunch of vets that knew what they was doing.
They a shell of themselves.
This wasn't. I'm gonna say this. This wasn't the. What team did he go to the finals with?
Worse than that, or younger than that. It was definitely younger than that.
Younger is worse too because they don't know what they're doing. Right, so,
but
when you got all them veterans, I'd rather play with a team of old vets than a bunch of young cats that don't know what they're doing because they don't want to listen.
Right.
See, old vets know what to do and all that stuff. You just got to manage them right. That's where coaching come in.
But that requires a different skill set. Bron's skill set is, I'm going to get my teammates involved. I'm going to always make the right basketball play, which is dope.
And all them shooters he had over there? Listen.
Did they make the shots?
With the 09-10 roster?
Clearly they did.
That's the team that Dwight put out, right?
Yeah, that was the team that Dwight put out.
So, but we not gonna sleep on the Magic.
Hold on.
That's 09-10 roster.
Hold on. I'm not sure if that's 09 or 10.
No, it has to be. Remember, because
no, because wasn't that the year that Boston won the championship?
No, LA won that. Because remember, I go by the years of 2K and Live. That's how I keep track of years, y'all. So, Dwight was on the cover of Live 10. Kobe was on the cover of 2K10. They put the finals matchups on the opposite ends.
Then how did Gilbert Arenas make the cover of Live?
08.
They didn't make the finals.
I'm talking about that year. I'm not talking about then. You know what I'm saying? 2K10 had Kobe. Live 10 had Dwight.
Okay.
Remember they had that puppet commercial going there all through 09.
I remember all of that.
And Dwight
put
them out.
I'm just not sure because for 2 years the finals matchups was the Lakers and the Celtics.
Yeah, that wasn't that time. Remember, because I think the Magic won like.
What year was it that the Celtics won their championship with Doc?
That was 08. Because Garnett was on the cover of 2K.
So if it happened in 09,
Garnett was on the cover of 2K9. Mind you, it's always a year backwards when they put the cover up.
So that means the following year, it would have been the
Lakers
match with the Lakers and the Celtics.
No,
because the Magic put them out after that. That was after that.
Well, either way it goes, You know, the Magic put the Cavs out.
Yeah.
Either way it goes, they
that was
put
in
them
the
out.
second round.
Yep. But I mean, we're not gonna sleep on the Magic like they didn't have no cold squad.
No, the Magic definitely had a cold squad, and I'm still pissed with Otis Smith for tearing that apart. I'm still pissed with Otis Smith. For real. Like, and look, just to show how winning is not mandatory in Orlando, they the only team that I know that threw a parade just for winning the conference.
I ain't never seen that.
They the only team that I know. They threw a parade.
That must have been local.
Yes.
They ain't show that on ESPN.
Yeah. That's the only team that I know that's how I know winning is not mandatory for Orlando.
Well, we went to the game in Orlando. You said there was a bunch of tourists there. I remember when we went.
Really?
And there was a bunch of tourists there taking pictures and all this irritating.
Because
folks.
Look, if you go to Orlando game, you go to the top sections, the nosebleeds. It looked like they just gave them tickets away to like some foundation or something like that just to get people up in there.
Right.
So, you know, clown organization for a lot of, because Orlando already has a whole bunch of bad history. You know, we said Shaq wasn't worth $100 million. Look how that turned out. We traded away Tracy McGrady to get Steve Nash, Cuttino Mobley, and Calvin Cato, which looked like it was
Steve Francis.
Yeah, Steve Francis, and that looked like it was gonna be.
To be fair, that wasn't a bad trade.
But Orlando finds a way to mess things up because they trade away Cuttino Mobley to get Doug Christie.
I don't know why you would do that. Like,
they wanted more defense. Let them tell it. But what they didn't understand was the friendship that existed between
the chemistry between Cuttino Mobley and Francis. I'm not gonna say it was this, but you know how Isaiah Thomas and Joe Dumars.
Right.
I mean,
Just to give you illustration.
They had that type of yin and yang type of thing. Francis was his best with Cuttino Mobley.
Right.
It's just that simple.
And so Orlando split that up. They broke that up. Could you make the argument that, okay, you a professional, you should be able to learn how to work with it? Yes, of course you can make that argument. But at the end of the day, you also need to understand how chemistry works as a general manager. And so when you see that somebody works well, because at that point in time, that was Dwight's rookie year, Jameer Nelson's rookie year, because we got them two in the same draft class. We got them two in the same draft class. Now, just think about had the general manager would have did right by Tracy McGrady, what that would have been like for T-Mac to have a young Dwight and Jameer Nelson as teammates.
Well,
and then get Grant Hill back.
Y'all problems stemmed before that.
Yes, but
y'all was supposed to get Tim Duncan. Y'all didn't get Tim Duncan, did you?
Because Doc Rivers said what happens on the road doesn't need to be involved with family.
I agree with that too.
Which is,
you know what I'm saying? I don't disagree with that.
It's not a wrong statement, but you talking about an opportunity to get Tim Duncan here.
Yeah, but listen.
You need to make exceptions somewhere.
Listen, I see both sides. Because
Tim Duncan just wanted his family to be on the road with him.
I see both sides. I understand Doc Rivers not wanting to compromise the other 14 guys of the things because everybody's grown here, right? I'm gonna say this: everybody's grown. If I'm in the shenanigans and I'm a grown man, I don't need nobody, wife and kids. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's just, you know, I get it. I definitely understand. So I understand the moral compass behind this. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, I would have, if it's me, I would have went to my players like, look here, let's just cool it, please, because we trying to win a championship. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's just cool it a little bit because I'm trying to win. And mind you, if you hear Josh far away, he making a drink here. You know what I'm saying? The Wise is not here today, so we just doing what we do. You know what I mean? But I get it. Everybody, I'm not with like, I'm gonna compromise everybody because of one guy. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's grown and things like that. And you already know the professional athletes, they're not the most, it is what it is. So you got people, don't nobody want to deal with that. Kids on, you got to act a certain way with kids on the tour bus or the plane, folks' wives. You don't want to put people on blast. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, Tim Duncan, what? Hey, because Tim. So I get it, but listen, I tell my guys, look, guys, for this year, let's calm down. The objective is winning the chip. So if we could just dial it back, please. You know what I'm saying? Say, but that's not what it's about. I don't know if y'all heard that, but Josh said this point why you in the NBA, and I understand. Because look at a guy like Zion. Right? A guy like Zion. You question that, right?
Yes.
Zion, he does what he want to do. And it seems like he enjoys everything else but basketball. Right? So, but I understand both sides here. I'm not going to sit there and act like I don't know or understand both sides. I understand both sides. And I understand why that Doc Rivers said what he said. But remember, Doc Rivers changed his stance with Boston. Remember, he said he wished he would have, he lightened up his demands and rules with Boston. But then again, Doc Rivers, but then he was dealing with older players too at the same time. One like he was dealing with a bunch of young dudes either. So, he just pouring that, pouring that drink. Josh is elite with the drink making abilities.
I don't know all of that.
Let him tell it. But yeah, so I'm gonna just keep rambling until he come back. It's all good. Oh yeah. We gonna slide over to the coaches, man. But at the end of the day, I feel like the Wolves don't got enough to beat the Mavs. There's too much brain power and skills there when it comes to the Mavs. Luka and Kyrie, they got too much experience and too much, they just got too much experience for them. So this is just school for Anthony Edwards. This is a school. He's sitting in class right now. That's all that is. He's sitting in class getting taught. You know what I'm saying? He going through his course. You know what I mean? And then next year, I think that the T-Wolves got to make some changes. Not super duper crazy changes. Just change mainly Gobert and Cat and get them some dogs with them. And I think they'll be just fine. I don't know about that coach. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be mad if they let the coach go and win after who's available out, because you got Bickerstaff, you got Vogel.
But at this point, they not going to do that. If
they just fired Bickerstaff, he didn't do nothing wrong. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Well,
he didn't do nothing wrong.
This flows into what we was going to talk about next.
All right, so yeah. So we going to head over to that. I'm going to walk the dogs real quick, and we'll be right back. All right, we back. We got to talk about these coaching changes. Man.
There's been a lot of movement going on in the league as far as these NBA coaches is concerned, man.
Mm-hmm.
They firing coaches in what it seems like to be left and right. We got Frank Vogel getting fired. We got JB Bickerstaff getting fired.
You keep going. I'm put Dumb and Dumber up real quick.
we got the possibility of Monty Williams being fired. We got to look at things again and question what's really valuable here. Because you got at least two coaches that's shown that they can win. maybe not the whole title, but they can show that they can get teams to the playoffs. They can develop players, and they get fired.
Who are these coaches?
JB Bickerstaff and Frank Vogel.
Very unwarranted terminations.
You know what this makes me think of?
You can even say Darvin Ham was unwarranted.
Well, Darvin Ham. Yeah, well, Darvin Ham.
If we talking what you just said.
Who did he develop?
But if we looking at his tenure with LA, they wanted to. This the funny part about these cats. They wanted to sit there and go crazy about the in-play tournament.
Right.
He was the coach for that, and went to West Conference Finals. He was the coach for that. He really didn't have no failing season.
We can make the same case for Missouri. So
I'm just saying, like,
the reason why
at what point is what accolades doesn't matter?
So I guess you got to ask yourself the question: when is it obvious that the coach is riding the greatness of a few players on his team, then the players benefiting from the coaching?
Can we say this about Phil Jackson and Popovich?
When you count their rings, yes, but Phil Jackson, he did it with two different guys. He did it.
They're initially the same guy.
Be that as it may. There's a reason why Doug Collins didn't win the championship.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm just asking the question.
Right, and so players need coaches. Coaches need players. I mean, this is a marriage that has to work in union with each other. So when you talking about Darvin Ham, I don't know if I sent you this video or not, but it was during the timeout, and Darvin Ham was looking like he was trying to draw up a play, but he didn't know what to draw up, so he kept on drawing something and erasing it, and then drawing something else, and then he would erase it, and then he would look at the board again, where he had some notes written down in the corner, and he would draw something, then he would erase it.
They had a couple videos out like that.
Right.
I don't know if you necessarily seen it, but I seen something like that.
Right. And then you got a video out where LeBron was coaching the coaches in practice.
See, there's a point where, as a coach, yo, this is my team, bro. You the player. I'm the coach. And stay in your place. I'm gonna do my job. You do yours. Point blank. You don't tell me how to coach. I don't care how trash I am. You not finna tell me how to coach. That's what it is. Like, I mean, stay in your lane.
I don't care how trash I am.
Stay in your lane, dog. Like, you know, real talk. Stay in your lane. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just what that is. So,
But-
folks gotta have backbones around here.
So
That's just like if you got a bad parent or something. You gonna tell your parent how to parent?
Well,
You can't.
Those ain't the same. Those ain't the same.
You know what I'm saying?
Parents birth and raise kids from a baby to being an adult.
I'm just saying.
It's not the same. Like,
Even if you had a bad supervisor at work,
well, yeah, I mean,
you know what I'm saying?
I
Like,
get it, but like,
you can't go up to the supervisor like, yo, dog, you a terrible supervisor. You lose that battle. You supposed to.
you're supposed to, but then it depends on what you mean to the company. It really depends on what you mean to the company, because people can let their pride get in the way on both sides here. People can let their pride get in the way and say, I'm wearing this title, so what I say goes. And you can let your best ace go with that attitude.
Okay, let me ask this question.
But I understand that this can work both ways.
Letting LeBron, we gonna say this because this is part of if this is really, I don't know if this truly happens. This is what people say. Letting LeBron call shots, quote unquote, or make roster moves, quote unquote, isn't the recipe for success. I think Chris Broussard said this. Every place where LeBron leaves, he leaves that place in ruins.
Whose fault is that, though?
That's what I'm saying. You stay in your lane. In the words of LeVar Ball, stay in your lane.
Well, hold up now. Let's ask this question here. When LeBron left Cleveland, would you say that Cleveland office did everything that they could to keep a good team with LeBron, with or without LeBron?
I'm not gonna say you false with that, but what I'm saying is this: it's a difference when you, like you just said, old Asian players versus young talents you can build upon.
Right.
Like, because LA, they had young talent they can build upon.
Right. But who was the one that pulled that trigger?
What's my man's name for LA?
Yeah.
The name at the top of my head.
Magic
Johnson, or was it the other guy?
Magic Johnson was the one that pulled that trigger.
What, for Lonzo and them?
Lonzo and them to get Anthony Davis over there.
Well, listen, let me tell you.
Now, let me ask you. Do you think Bron can come into the Lakers organization while Magic is in the office and tell Magic what to do?
I would like to think not, but I don't know how Magic... See, Magic seems like he don't play no games, though, honestly, but Magic don't stick around long enough either.
Well,
because Magic, remember, he coached for like 6 months, so I can't take this.
Well, Magic probably seen the difference between Jeannie Buss and her daddy.
Jim Buss?
Yeah. Because...
Well, okay, let me say this. Do you think they ran like a mom and pop shop? Word to Rob Park. They said that LA is being ran like a mom and pop shop.
How can you argue it? How can you argue it? Jeannie Buss, it's clear that she may have some basketball knowledge and insight on the business of the NBA.
Well, she should.
But does she have the insight on the game of basketball to where it's at a high enough level to where she can put something together to win with?
Isn't Rob Pelinka the one who makes the trades?
But who does he answer to?
But, okay, I'm going to say this very, like, I guess, is it controversial? I don't know.
Say it.
But the way I've never, listen, that looks suspect the way she was all like, you know, all over LeBron the way she was. That wasn't a very professional look.
Not at all.
So I can see LeBron telling her what to do. I can see that. Because
the way she
just the way that looked, huh?
Go ahead.
The way that looked, it looked like she's gonna do what she gotta do to appease LeBron. That's just off the visual of that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I'm not saying that's what pop off, but it looks that way.
And once again, thank you LeBron for not embracing her the same way that she was all over you. Even though that probably got you in the doghouse for a night or two. I mean, we got video. The whole world got video evidence that
my wife seen that.
You did not embrace them. You did not. But in the same token, you did not get them off you.
Even if, like, I'm gonna be honest, if I didn't get up out that seat, I'd be getting questioned walking through the door. Cause, like, you know what I'm saying? All my movements will be analyzed to the T.
Right. So, but anyway, yeah, that wasn't Jeannie's best moment. And you know, Jeannie, she has some questionable history because I don't know if I should say this on this platform.
She was dating Phil Jackson.
Well, I wasn't going to say Phil.
Oh, my bad.
I was going to go with
I only know about Phil.
Oh no, I heard that the former Piston was clapped.
Former Piston, Bill Laimbeer? Isaiah? Joe? Mahorn?
Who's a former Piston that played for the Lakers?
Rodman? Word? Yo, that's crazy. What?
So, once again, those are just, that's not proven evidence or anything like that.
Look here, man. Like, I would not be, listen, I'm not about, look, I
wouldn't be surprised.
I don't put nothing past a soul.
Because with Rodman's personality that came out, it kind of matches with the California.
Listen, I wouldn't put nothing past nobody, even with that LeBron stuff. I wouldn't put nothing past nobody.
So,
you know what I'm saying? Because the Lakers is a story franchise. LeBron should not be calling no shots in any type of form in that building.
But if
that should not happen.
You're right. In a general sense,
the cachet that's behind that, he need to fall in line.
You're right.
Not no LeBron coming through. This ain't the Cavs. You know what I'm saying? Right. Like, are you kidding me? Like, this is not the Cavs.
You're right. But if it's about winning championships, if it's about,
they was doing that before he came along.
You're right. You're right. But in this current state of the Lakers, if it's about championships, and she out here not.
But does all LeBron selections win titles?
No.
He don't. He like to go off dudes he roll with.
Nobody's every selection wins titles.
Because his percentage in the listen, LeBron gets to the finals, but he has a higher percentage of losing them than winning.
And there's a reason for that.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
there's a reason for that.
But I love LeBron, bro.
We can break that down too. We can do a segment on breaking down LeBron's career if you want. But there's a reason for that. That first finals appearance, we knew he wasn't going to win. We knew he wasn't going to win.
No, I'm not arguing that.
And then what we can really hold against LeBron in the finals was that Dallas loss.
But wasn't it technically Wade's team still? I'm giving him some rope there. Saying.
That's the way I view it, because when Dwayne Wade himself comes out in the interview and says, "We're going to go as far as you're going to take us," so he's essentially passing the torch. He's accepting the fact that he's no longer the best player on the team.
Because regardless of the fact of how they want to spin it, Dwayne Wade won a championship without Bron there. He had a ring beforehand. Whether you want to, Dwayne Wade is one of the greatest tools to play the game. Period.
Not gonna argue that.
So he won a championship long before he teamed up with Bron. It's not like he ain't have no jury beforehand. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not listen. You gotta like how Pat Riley handled Bron was how you do it.
Right.
Point blank period.
Which is Pat Riley comes from a stance of, I've done this before. I know how to do this. I know the formula that works. So you can't tell me nothing.
I mean, that's how the Lakers, even with Jenny, look, Jeannie Buss supposed to have that attitude. Like, my father is so-and-so. I'm in the, listen.
She can't live off her father's
But even that, but look up in the rafters. Look at all them banners.
Right, but that's not her doing.
This is way before you existed, I existed. Like, yo, you don't come over here and call shots. This is not the spot for that.
You're right. But at that point in time, say she would have had that kind of mentality, and say she would have been going through with the business the way she did. If you LeBron, is you smart to leave or stay?
Let me ask you this. We're talking about what, like, leaving LA?
Yeah.
He should have stayed in Cleveland personally, but that's just my opinion.
He should have stayed in Miami.
Either or. When he could have stayed there or
going back to Cleveland They did the same thing to him that they did to him the first time.
No, I'm not arguing with that. Mm-hmm. But Cleveland, this is the thing with Bron, right? Like, the reason why Jordan is so view like it's something about staying with a team your whole career. Look at Dirk. Mm-hmm. He won that title with Dirk. He solidified. He got a logo. He got his fadeaway on the court. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Dirk, Reggie, like you know what I'm saying? Like
staying with one franchise.
There's nothing wrong with that. But Cleveland could be him. Like that's it's nothing wrong with this. Is the thing, right? There's that Dirk championship is very valuable. Right. You know what I'm saying? That's a valuable championship.
Because
you know what I'm saying?
Once again, okay, I'm gonna add this to that. Because if you look at the path to get there, the teams that he put out.
Yeah, Dirk, that was a tough road, dog.
The teams that Dirk put out, it wasn't just LeBron that he put out.
Kobe and all them.
Kobe got put out. Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, James Harden, them got put out. I forgot who was the last team that got put out. But that was one of the coldest runs of a team. Once again, we said this about the Mavericks in the past. Rick Carlisle being the head coach, having a whole nother starting lineup coming off the bench.
Look, man, like you gotta give them their credit. You gotta give them their credit at the end of the day. Like, that was one of the best runs I ever seen. So that championship he got,
that's one of
you can't. That's a he worked for that, and he got busy on the Heat too. In them finals, he got busy.
Might I add to that, the Heat made a mistake putting Chris Bosh on Dirk Nowitzki. They should have lived with Udonis Haslem. Udonis Haslem defended Dirk way better than what Chris Bosh did.
He still was busting his head too, though.
True, but he wasn't. It wasn't an all-you-can-eat buffet, however you want it, kind of deal. It was, okay, if you gonna beat me, you gonna beat me only this way, but you're not gonna beat me both all this and that way. You gonna have to beat me just this way right here. So
I agree. Like, look, I don't care who's there. At the end of the day, but I'm gonna say this. I was gonna say this. I almost feel like it's not sexist, but I almost feel like because she a woman. Because let's say if Jim Buss had a son that was running that. Nah, that's not finna fly.
Well, yeah, I mean,
that's not finna fly.
But
that's not as a man, like, because men deal with women differently, just in all aspects. Period. You know what I'm saying? And women move off emotion and not logic. If there was a guy in there, it'd be all logic based, not emotional.
Well, I'm not gonna say that you're wrong there, but like that doesn't play a factor in this equation. But for Jeannie Buss,
because a man not about to be all laughing with LeBron head on his shoulders either.
No,
feel me? He gonna be, hey man,
you ain't gonna see that. But there is a such thing as not as being as smart as the guy that built it. You know, when you build something up in this life and you have to leave it behind to someone else because you pass away, there's no telling what the person that it gets left behind.
Well, I say that because of this. Because I'm a wrestling fan. Vince McMahon's father left him to WWF. Vince McMahon made the WWE, whatever. It's one of the biggest things ever.
Took it to
another
level.
Exactly. But,
I've seen that. I've seen that happen with regular everyday business.
But guess what it was a son.
Right.
Logic.
Right.
It's all logic behind it. You know what I'm saying? There's no emotional, I feel like this. Forget what you feel like, what should happen, not feeling what should. So I feel like if there was a male, if Jim Buss had a son in that position, it wouldn't be this way. I really don't feel this way.
Well, first of all, to get back on topic here, if there was somebody making smart decisions in the office, they would have never hired Darvin Ham in the first place.
Or fired Vogel.
or fire Frank Vogel. Like, there's some steps here that got skipped along the way. Because we talking about the coaches that got fired. The 3 coaches, hopefully 4. Because we hoping for 4.
Who's the 4th?
Hometown.
Oh, Monty, you gotta go.
Yeah, we hoping for 4. We hoping for 4. That's a crazy buyout too.
I do it.
that's a crazy buyout.
Man, I do it.
Man, look. But of the 3, I would say he deserves it.
Monty?
No. Well, I mean, he does too. But of the 3 that got fired, I would say Ham deserves it.
Listen, I'm not the guy that's going to wave the Darvin Ham flag, but he did lose to the Nuggets.
Listen.
I mean,
look, let me tell you something.
Darvin Ham, did he not deserve at least another year?
No.
I mean, he got to the Western Conference, and so the in-season tournament meant nothing because they were celebrating that popping champagne, featured on ESPN, all that.
Yeah, because Bron is the ultimate teammate. Bron is the kind of guy that he's going to do stuff to help his team win. And so the whole point behind that was he was going to get those roster number 15, 13, 15, and 14 guys that never get no playing time, that this might be their biggest payday that they're going to ever get in their life. That was his motivation for doing that. He wanted to get them that check because he said it himself.
Bro, that wasn't nah. Get all that.
He said it himself. But at the end of the day, can you say that the Lakers would be a better or a worse team without Darvin Ham as a head coach?
Will LeBron be trying to control everything? That's the question.
Who the coach is.
No, it just shouldn't depend nothing because he's not the coach.
Listen, at the end of the day, Darvin Ham did not deserve that job.
He didn't deserve to get fired either.
But he didn't deserve that job.
But he had it. So he, you know what I'm saying? Like that. I mean, that's what I hear you. But whether he deserved it or not, he had some success.
What did he do that warranted him keeping the job another year?
Western Conference Finals and the in-season tournament.
Who was he? So once again, would he have accomplished the same things without LeBron?
I asked you that about Phil Jackson and Popovich.
Yeah, but
same question.
Yeah, but those are guys that showed that they can do the job before they got those players. Popovich showed that he can be a good coach without Tim Duncan before he got.
Wasn't they raving about Darvin Ham before that when he was with the Bucks?
Who was?
They was talking, he's a great this and the third, you know what I'm saying?
The only thing that they was crediting Darvin Ham for was the development of Giannis. That's all that I heard.
Look here, man. Like, at the end of the day,
at the end of the day, Giannis still ain't got no skills.
He just said that the players need the coaches and the coaches need the players.
You're right.
He said that. At the end of the day, Darvin Ham had successful term.
So
he had a successful term. He did not have a failed term.
So Monty needs to stay the head coach of Detroit.
No, he don't. Because he didn't want the job. That's my only point about Monty. It's not the fact that Monty is not a good coach.
But he been to the finals.
He did not want the job at Detroit. They had to offer him more money to take it. At that point, you don't hire him.
But he went to the finals.
No.
He went to the finals. He knows how to get there.
Let me break this down.
He knows how to get there.
Let me break this down. Because, we changed the name to F&S Network because we got other things. So, on the F&S Network, on the F&S Podcast, let me break this down. Monty Williams did not want the Detroit job. So, if you don't want something in the human aspect, folks feel a certain way, he not going to try as hard versus if he wants the job. I'd rather have somebody who wants the job. I don't care about what type of accolades you had beforehand. If you did not want my initial $50 million offer I gave you, and you say no, I'm good then, dog. $50 million or something. They offered that man a lot of money to take the job initially, and he said no. And they offered some more millions on it for him to take it. He didn't want the job.
Let me ask you a question. Okay.
This is a check for him. You know what I'm saying? What's up?
Okay. If somebody offered you $30 to swim across the ocean, would you do it?
No.
What if they offer you $30 million?
No.
You wouldn't do it?
Bro, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm not gonna see the money. $30 million across the ocean, you're not gonna make it. You're not gonna make it.
Maybe across the ocean is not a good illustration. Maybe swimming across something that has some sort of danger involved in it, but you got a strong chance of making it.
It depends.
It all depends, right?
But that's
the money that you get.
This is an individual based thing here. We talking about a team and all everybody. Like, this is the thing. I hear what you're saying.
A lot of that has to do with it.
I hear what you're saying 100%.
Because coming from Monty's perspective, I'm just playing devil's advocate here, all right? So, coming from Monty's perspective, this is one of the worst teams in the league.
No, they not.
Record-wise, this is coming from one of the worst teams in the league. Mm-hmm. Even though their roster may not say that they should be that, this is coming from one of the worst teams in the league.
Right.
And you want me to come coach this team and turn them into a winner? Mm-hmm. I'm not doing that for lunch money.
Bro, what they initially offered him wasn't no lunch money.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. But what's that movie that Chris Tucker made?
Money Talks.
Money Talks. So how bad do you really want me? Because I'm pretty sure, just play devil's advocate again. I'm pretty sure that Monty knows who else you interviewed. Monty knows who else you probably made an offer to. So if you really want me, you got to show me that you really want me more than the other guy.
It's playing games, man. Like, look. I'm just saying, what Josh is saying is facts. Mm-hmm. But what I'm saying, two things can be right. If I'm in that office and if I offer you what I think, what I initially read that they or seen that they offered him initially, and you turn that down,
what's the taxes on
Michigan that? Taxes is wild. We know that
because you know
Michigan taxes can be nasty.
We seen breakdowns of players' contracts. For instance, Jalen Brunson's contract, because he plays for the state of New York. You could pretty much take the contract that he signed for, slice that directly in half, because that's how much taxes he got to pay. And then you add the fact that he got to pay his agent, so I'm slicing that down even a little bit more. So that $100 and something million contract that he signed, he's probably really only getting 40.
That ain't like cheese.
No, it's not. To us, we are everyday men.
Right.
We don't.
I would love $40 million, bro.
We don't rub the same shoulders that they do. We not in the same circles that they are. We don't have the same house, parking lot, car, whatever. Mm-hmm. We don't got the same stuff. We got to work 40 hours a week.
Right.
To come up with a mortgage.
Right.
Or rent. Whichever one you got to pay.
Right.
Whereas that 40 piece, he's in a different tax bracket.
No,
I
agree with you.
So how much of that played a part in Monty Williams saying, if you just up it a little bit, then I'll come? But
look at the job he's done, bro.
I'm not mad at you for that.
Like, the job, like, his coaching. Look here, man. Like, I'm not going to sit there and say, Okay, if we had Rick Carlisle, we'd be in the playoffs. You see what Rick Carlisle doing with them Pacers? Do you see what Rick, like, if we had Rick Carlisle, ain't no telling what we would be if we had Rick Carlisle, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
so,
but Rick Carlisle wouldn't entertain Detroit.
Well, they let him go. They fired him. Of course he wouldn't. He was already here. And he was successful.
Right.
So, yeah, but with the dudes we had, listen, man, what frustrates me, because as a dude that knows basketball, we don't have a trash squad.
Right.
So, I mean, dog, like, just like you said, coaches need players. If we had Rick Carlisle was doing with that Pacers team, with that Pacers roster, with who's on that roster, with the length and athleticism and all that and the talent we have, there is absolutely no way we shouldn't have at least been in the play-in. I can't see that making sense. It don't even make sense. Monty don't want to coach there. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
period.
To put it
or unless Monty was carried by players.
Look,
was Monty carried by players?
I'm not going to disagree with that possibility, because the one time that I really thought that Monty Williams was a good coach is when he was coaching New Orleans.
With Chris Paul and
no, Chris Paul wasn't there no more. Chris Paul had left. This is when he had Ben Gordon, and they was about to draft Anthony Davis.
Ben Gordon was over there?
Yeah, Ben Gordon was the
with the Hornets? I don't even remember that.
Yeah, Ben Gordon was the man for New Orleans before Anthony Davis got there.
Ben Gordon? I didn't even remember that.
Ben Gordon.
I remember he went to the Bulls. I remember we had him in Detroit for a little second.
No, am I saying the right name? Eric Gordon.
Oh, about to say
Eric Gordon. Eric Gordon. When you said that, I was like, oh snap! I said the wrong name. Eric Gordon. Clarification.
Well, Eric Gordon was solid though.
Clarification. Eric Gordon was the man for New Orleans when Monty was the head coach, and they was about to draft, or they drafted Anthony Davis. That was a time when I felt like Monty Williams was a good coach. Now, given Monty Williams that went through some things in life, lost his wife and all that other stuff.
That's terrible.
And I think that could play a role in some things.
I wouldn't doubt you there, because I couldn't imagine losing my wife. I don't want to think about that.
Right.
I don't.
And before they made the acquisition to get Chris Paul, during the bubble, Phoenix was one of the teams that they won every game during that leftover season of the bubble, because they only brought in the teams that had a chance to make the playoffs to the bubble to allow them to compete to possibly make the playoffs. The Phoenix Suns was one of those teams, and they won every game. They just happened to be far enough behind to where every team in front of them, they won enough games to where they stayed in front of them. So that was a time when I was looking at Monty Williams like, he might be a really good coach, and we just don't know it yet because we don't got the results to add to it. And then they make the acquisition to get Chris Paul, and you've seen how much that helped. So when they go to the finals with that team and they lose the way they did, it makes you wonder a little bit now. And then now with him with Detroit, it really makes you wonder. So
it makes you wonder, does Chris Paul make Monty Williams look good?
You're right.
Because Monty Williams was the coach of the Hornets when Chris Paul was there.
Right.
And then Monty Williams was the coach for the Suns when Chris Paul was there.
Right.
So,
which shows the value of having at least one high IQ player that actually gets some playing time.
Well, Chris Paul is people like, I think Stephen A. Smith says this all the time. Chris Paul is one of the greatest point guards to play ever. Right. So I don't disagree with that.
Who is that guy that could be, as you say, the coach on the floor? Who is that guy that could be that for Detroit? Does he even have that ability? Because Detroit didn't lose every game by a blowout fashion.
Well, there is no guy like. There's very few. I can only count on my hands that's this is a coach, really.
Right.
So Detroit don't have that, but the Pacers don't either. Rick Carlisle is pulling all them strings, dog.
I'm not going to say that you're wrong that Rick Carlisle's pulling majority of them strings. But Halliburton plays the point guard position the right way.
Yeah, but look at how they lost today. They lost a very close game, and there was no Halliburton.
Yeah, but
Rick Carlisle's pulling them strings.
Was that more so because Boston played around?
I think Rick Carlisle was doing a good job coaching. I think Rick Carlisle was doing a good job.
Definitely was doing a good job.
I think folks need to give Rick Carlisle
his flowers.
He's one of the greatest coaches, period.
Right.
This cat, him and Eric Spoelstra, them two cats, prove they can coach.
Right.
Okay, without, with like, they can squeeze all the juice out of a lemon.
Right.
They can squeeze all the juice out of a lemon. Rick Carlisle and Eric Spoelstra, them two dudes, I give them, them two of the greatest coaches I've seen coach.
Okay, so I guess to get back on topic, then the coaches that got fired.
Vogel didn't deserve it.
Vogel didn't deserve it. JB didn't deserve it. But
that was a surprise firing.
Wendy said something about that. Wendy said that was Donovan Mitchell's doing.
Yeah, I seen that on. But the crazy part is I never heard nothing about that. None throughout the year. They kept a good job of keeping that buried. But if this is a thing though, you don't even know if Donovan Mitchell is going to stay there.
Right.
And you fire Bickerstaff
in an effort to please him.
And you don't even know. This is in the hopes of keeping him.
Right. Which goes to what I think the root of this problem is. Players got too much power.
Way too much. That's why I'm not mad. I don't like Pat Riley doing things in the media, but I understand how Pat Riley moved though.
So with the players having so much power, because this is going back a couple of years to when, was it a couple of years or was it just 1 year? Nate McMillan getting did dirty.
Talking about the Hawks?
Yeah. Nate McMillan.
I didn't even know Trae Young. We said him and Trae Young had issues?
Had issues behind closed doors.
What I noticed is when the players really have to get coached and get called out for the things they do wrong, because that's what coaching is, they have an issue with that.
Then you had this year Giannis and them with AJ Griffin.
But AJ Griffin probably was actually coaching folks.
Well,
they was what they was 30 and 13.
They was number 2, number 1 seed in the
But he coaching. So coaching means it's like coaching is what it is. It's coaching. I'm coaching you to. So therefore, anything you do wrong, I have to let you know. Yo, that's not what you do. You got to do it like this. Blah 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 blah. Right. These cats have egos and they don't want to be coached.
Right. So
coaching is there to make you better as a player and let you know what you're doing wrong. That's not saying you're not cold. You know what I'm saying? You could be cold and still make mistakes.
Right.
It's like Nas being a rapper and pick bad beats. You still cold as a lyricist, but you pick horrible beats. So you need a producer to come in with dope production to fit them vocals. You know what I'm saying? That's all that is.
Right. So at the end of the day, when it comes to this subject as a whole, players have too much power. And organizations need to grow some backbone.
They need to grow some other stuff. See, he being clean with it. Like, this is the thing. They need to grow some other stuff, because at the end of the day, if I'm writing the check, like, this is the thing, right? If I'm sitting there if I'm issuing the check here, and I'm not even on no power trip stuff, but at the end of the day, if I know you got a good coach, I know you got some cold players. Come on, dog. This is a job at the end of the day.
So of the 3 coaches that recently got fired, only 2 of them didn't deserve it in my eyes.
if we going by the letter of the law here, Ham did a good job.
What did he do?
Once again, so the Western Conference Finals didn't happen?
No. What did he do?
Still was the coach.
Would they have made it to the Western Conference Finals with a different coach?
We don't know that.
Come on now.
We don't know that. I mean,
listen, look.
Let me ask you this question.
My thoughts on
Let me ask you this
Darvin
question.
Ham. My thoughts on Darvin Ham and on Joe Mazzulla. They didn't deserve these jobs. They should have been coaching the Hornets. They should have been coaching Washington.
So what you're saying, that it's not like they don't deserve to be coaches. They should be having starter coaching jobs.
Yeah, they need to have starter.
And I'm not disagreeing with that. Because this whole JJ Redick talk,
that's
crazy.
Wow. That's crazy.
Like, they saying he could be in their career. I do not think I'm going to tell you this. Any new coach should be coaching young talent, young guys to develop your own system. You should not coach veterans. Yes. And I don't know if I've seen the article. I'm hoping he can last. I'm hoping they don't let him go. Let him build his stuff. I won't be surprised if they let him go.
That's a trend.
I wouldn't be surprised if they end up letting him go anytime soon because, they probably want to cut Scoot Henderson. I like Scoot. I think he have a high ceiling. But, he had like a pretty rough first year, but he's an undersized guard too, so. But I wouldn't be surprised if they let him go, especially with the with the coaches that's available now. I wouldn't be surprised with a few firings to bring some. If they can guarantee a Vogel or a JB Bickerstaff, I wouldn't be surprised if.
Speaking of another coaching situation, this actually came out today. The Kings and Mike Brown, they kind of came to like a halt with their extension talks.
I thought that they was actually extending.
They was talking about extending him, but they came to like a point right now, at least, to where they're like, it's paused.
Why wouldn't they extend him? He did a good job, and he had injury issues he was dealing with all year.
Right, but I don't know why they wouldn't extend him personally, because I don't think he's done anything to get necessarily fired.
They had injury issues.
They so. I told you about Mike Brown before, about my personal thoughts.
Well, you're not a fan of him.
I'm not the biggest fan of the way he's running the team, because it looks really great in the regular season. It looks really great in the regular season. So this kind of shows the differences in organizations.
What's his assistant? Like, this the thing, right? I'm going to say this. What you saying? That's why you need a complete strong coaching staff. Not just one.
Right.
So who's his assistant?
I don't know who his assistants are. Let me look that up.
Because it's like I think coaching staffs got to operate as a team too. Like we talk about Tibbs. Tibbs is cold on defense. You put him on any coaching staff, your defense is going to be fire. And all you got to do is worry about the offense. But maybe Mike Brown is not. He needs some extra little assist, especially in the playoffs. You probably need a little help, but he can get you through that regular season.
Speaking of, I don't know how many of you remember the Prigioni cat that used to play for
Pablo.
the Knicks.
He was one of the oldest rookies ever. I rocked with him.
Right. He's on the Timberwolves coaching staff.
I don't know how cold of a coach he is, though. I can't really say.
Okay,
you know what I'm saying?
So anyway, here's the Kings coaching staff.
Mm-hmm.
The assistant head coach is Jordy Fernandez.
No clue who that is.
Then the other assistant coaches, Jay Triano.
Are you familiar with these names?
Nope. The only one that I'm familiar with. Oh, they got two names I'm familiar with: Doug Christie and Leandro Barbosa.
Yeah. So we gonna bypass those names because they getting their feet wet in the coaching game. So, yeah, he don't have a very strong coaching staff, and that could be the issue. Yeah. You got to have a strong coaching staff because
to me, he hasn't done anything that would warrant him getting replaced. Now,
but if Vogel tweaks, now if Vogel's available, would you replace him with Vogel or Bickerstaff? If they will, if they're interested,
because if they was to get Vogel would change everything that you got going on now. Vogel would he run the offense with DeMontis having the ball as much as he does?
Should he?
Well, once again,
should DeMontis have the ball that much?
Well, once again, going back to this day and age of the NBA, DeMontis Sabonis is highly effective with the ball in his hand.
DeMontis should not have the ball more than Fox.
No, he shouldn't. But he does, and they were highly effective with this. They haven't won much in the playoffs doing this.
Right, exactly. He should not have the ball more than Fox. There's no way he should have the ball more than Fox.
Which essentially goes back to they should have kept Halliburton.
Well, I said that.
Right.
I said they should have them two. You would do better with Halliburton and Fox in your backcourt than having DeMontis. You can replace DeMontis if you have Halliburton and Fox. You can do without DeMontis because you got a deadly backcourt there.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we in agreement there. Mm-hmm. But let's talk about.
But you said you like that move, but it's cool though.
No, it was a winning move for both teams because Halliburton took the Pacers to a level that DeMontis wasn't going to take them to.
Right, so imagine if he stayed with Sacramento.
You're right. But getting DeMontis wasn't a loss either.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that, you know.
Now, this comes down to one, the other guys that they have on their roster. Because they got Harrison Barnes, they had Malik Monk. We'll see if he resigns.
I would see Harrison Barnes. I'm not big on Harrison Barnes.
Me neither. I'm not big on Harrison Barnes.
I would flip him and see if I can get like.
They got Red Velvet over there.
Yeah. Well, he was hurt, wasn't he?
Yeah, he got hurt. He got hurt. Malik Monk got hurt, and They were both not available for the biggest games of the season.
That hurt them.
So that hurt them a lot.
But I would try to get rid of Harrison Barnes and try to get some. Like if I was the Kings, I would have tried to get PJ Washington or something in place of Harrison Barnes. Harrison Barnes never really been, to me,
cold.
He never really been like that. I remember him for the Warriors, but he wasn't.
He's like, so I know some people that blame Harrison Barnes for that loss to the Cavs in the finals because Harrison Barnes missed like 6 straight open shots.
It's understandable for them to say that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know.
So you know, look, at the end of the day, Mike Brown doesn't deserve to get fired. He deserves.
No, he's Mike Brown. Everybody's not Phil Jackson. Well, listen, I still like Phil Jackson and Pop had the greatest of the great, so we never know. But okay, so everybody's not in those classes of coaches.
So let's talk about the coaches that did get fired. Mm-hmm. Let's go with JB.
He didn't. That threw me off.
He didn't deserve to get fired.
I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know what was going on.
You talking about breaking news? That was breaking news.
Yeah, but firing somebody for Donovan Mitchell sound wild.
This is crazy. So
for Donovan Mitchell, really? Word.
Right. Yeah.
Donovan Mitchell.
Now, given he was handling his business in this playoffs, I'll give him his credit there.
That's fine, but he not. Listen, Donovan Mitchell.
He is not somebody that I'm gonna be like.
I don't think you win with Donovan Mitchell as your one guy for a title. You don't.
No.
He's a two guy. He's a second tier star. They tried to compare him to Dwayne Wade. He's no Wade. They called him Dwayne Wade 2.0. I remember that clearly.
Right.
He's no Dwayne Wade 2.0.
So, Donovan Mitchell, if it is true that he was behind that, that's very low on his part.
But then the Cavs isn't that wise either.
Right. Which, look, given this is the same team that lost LeBron twice. Think about that for a second. That's like.
Well, I'm gonna say this. We're gonna keep this clean, but from what I understood and read, this is all alleged. The things that happened with LeBron, I understand why he left. And that's past the letter. We're not talking about that whole statement. The things that supposedly happened, I wouldn't want nothing to do with that either. So I'm gonna give that one a pass.
Right.
Because I think if any one of us was in that situation, we wouldn't stay there.
Well, this is why I'm saying what I'm saying.
Now the second time, I feel like LeBron went. He went there in spite. So this is a unique situation. So
he didn't truly want to go back and deal with the people in the office again.
Right.
But he felt personal obligations.
Right. To the people of Cleveland, since he was there and all, he won a ring and left.
Right.
So I don't think he wanted to go back necessarily. He wanted to bring a title to Cleveland because I don't think Cleveland have a championship. They so that's a historical move. So I understand that move. And he went to LA. I can't knock that. You know what I'm saying? I can't knock that. But the reason, the way he left, and understand the situation of why he left, allegedly, I can't fault him for that. I would never fault him for that.
Yeah, I'll never fault him for that neither. And so there are certain things that won't apply to him that we reward other players for.
Right.
That technically don't even deserve the reward.
Right.
Because all this loyalty stuff to one franchise. First of all, let's not forget that Kobe wanted out of the Lakers.
Well, he almost got traded to the Pistons and the Bulls.
He wanted out.
Which pissed me off when I found out about the Pistons.
He wanted out.
Detroit with the Pistons? Listen, Kobe with the Pistons?
Kobe wanted out. And
we would have embraced Kobe.
This
like
is
Detroit.
The difference between certain organizations. Because certain organizations bow down to the superstar players.
Kobe was like 2 seconds from getting traded to the. You know what stopped that Bulls trade? Luol Deng.
Right, yeah.
He wanted Luol. Dog, how would you feel? Do you think Kobe would have got a chip in the house of Jordan?
Who was the team that was there at that time?
I think it was Kirk Heinrich. I don't know if he was part of that trade, but I'm gonna say Kirk Heinrich. You would have had Kobe, Luol. No, Ben Gordon was part of that trade. I know that.
No, he wouldn't have won. No, he wouldn't have won. No. He wouldn't have won. He wouldn't have won. Not with that roster.
Kirk, Kobe.
The first two names that came to your mind in that era. The first two names that came to your mind was just average role players.
We in the East.
The first two names that came to your mind.
People like Pascal Siakam, right? But I think Luol Deng probably was better than him.
The first two names that came to your mind.
You don't think they would have filled out that roster?
I would hope that they would.
All right, then. I'm just saying.
I would hope they would.
Are you saying Kirk Heinrich is trash?
The first two names that came to your mind is average role players in that era. Let me ask you a question. Average role players.
Hold on. Can I say something? Let me ask you a question. Now, Sebastian Telfair played with these dudes. He said Kirk Heinrich is cold. Are you going to disregard what he said?
Who was Sebastian Telfair?
Was Sebastian Telfair not touted highly?
Who? Was Adam Morrison not touted highly?
I think Sebastian Telfair is better than Adam Morrison, bro.
Adam Morrison was
this
getting
is a discussion
called
for another day.
Adam Morrison was getting called Larry Bird.
We all know that ain't facts, but they call Luka Larry Bird. So what? They call every guy with white skin Larry Bird. What that mean? You know what I'm saying? They call. I mean, what does that mean? You know what I'm saying? Like that's the only guy they can compare him with.
Kwame Brown.
Kwame Brown, what?
Who was
they comparing him with?
No, I'm not saying that they was comparing him, but this was the number one overall.
But listen, okay, just like Scalabrine said to some cats, I'm close to Ronnie.
That's fine.
They playing with these dudes. So if Sebastian Telfair, who put on the NBA jersey, play against these dudes, play against the highest level basketball players, if he's saying that Kirk Heinrich or Luke Rittenauer and them is cold, I would like to agree. I would like to believe the dude who played against them.
That's fine, but at the end of the day, you can say what you want to say. You can feel how you want to feel. Do they have the resume to back that up?
I'm asking the question, but as a role player, Kirk Heinrich, like you say, role player, right?
Yes, he's
okay.
An
So
role
I'm not
player.
saying Kirk Heinrich will be the number 3 dude, but as a 1, he didn't play the 1 bad. If you got Kobe with you, Luol is a nice sidekick to have with you. Luol wasn't trash.
No, Luol
And
wasn't
then
trash.
they feel that out.
But at the end of the day here, Kobe didn't win a ring without another All-Star paired with him.
I'm not saying you're not wrong there, but I'm just saying like that's the skeleton of the situation. That's not it didn't even move.
And there ain't no triangle offense over there. There ain't no triangle offense over there. So
who's the coach?
At that point in time, who was the coach? That's something I have to look up because I don't know that off the top of my head.
I don't know, but either way it goes, he was almost there and he was almost in Detroit. I would have loved to have Kobe in Detroit.
But
okay,
anyway,
there's all these ifs and what ifs in Detroit. Carmelo, Kobe.
But at the end of the day, JB Bickerstaff did not deserve to get fired.
No, but that's wild for Donovan Mitchell, bro.
Frank Vogel did not deserve to get fired.
He didn't even have a complete roster. He didn't even have a complete. Everybody for the Suns, everybody played literally out of position. Everybody. You had Devin Booker playing the 1. The 1?
And then they did not have us like they didn't have like a real team.
But that's true. But what I'm saying is, dog, first of all, you had Devin Booker is the furthest thing from a 1 you gonna get. Then you had Bradley Beal. You had a lesser version of Devin Booker, right? The same exact dude. So you got that as your 1 and 2. Then you had Kevin Durant playing the 4. Bro, that was all messed up. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Phoenix organization got some things that they need to figure out.
They went to the finals. They should have kept that team and made minor tweaks.
Exactly.
You went to the finals with
You know
them.
who was the coach of them?
Your boy Monty. But Chris Paul was there.
You're right.
Monty is only successful with Chris Paul. He's only successful with him. That's it. I've not seen. If you could tell me another time he was successful without Chris Paul, please tell me. You said Ben Gordon and
Aaron Gordon.
Aaron Gordon and was Chandler still there?
Anthony Davis. I believe Tyson Chandler was.
But how far they go?
Probably was like first round exit if they made it that far. But
right. So is that successful?
For that team, yeah.
But when he had Chris Paul, David West, Tyson Chandler, which it sounds to me like the real brains behind that was Chris Paul.
Look, we ain't gonna doubt that. We ain't gonna play these games. Look, Chris Paul is a leader. Now, does he have some dirt behind his leadership?
Don't all the leaders have dirt behind their leadership? All of them, every last one of them.
Well, I'm talking about like dirty tactics on the court.
They all have dirty tactics.
Right. So I'm just I'm just saying here that. Okay, so who's the greatest coaches that you think are in the history of this league?
Well, you got to really like kind of
dive in,
go back. But I'm gonna say with the less talent, from what I've seen with my own two eyes, without the greatest players, I gotta put Rick Carlisle on that. I mean, you gotta put Rick Carlisle. Spoelstra, gonna not put him in there. What about Donnie Nelson?
Who did he win with?
Remember that Warriors team?
Yeah,
that AFC?
Yeah, but they
was getting busy.
Yeah, but they didn't win nothing. They just beat them.
Who was coaching that Knicks team that went to the finals? I mean, it was the AFC with Larry Johnson and Sprewell in there.
Wasn't that Van Gundy?
Was it? I don't know. But
was that Van Gundy?
I'm going to say in my era, well, Larry Brown, what about him?
Larry Brown. Philly, a championship with Detroit.
He didn't have the greatest players like ever, like, and then with an undersized Allen Iverson, and then everybody like to call the Philly 76ers bums who had Dikembe Mutombo, a Hall of Fame 4-time Defensive Player of the Year. They call him a bum.
I ain't calling him a bum. He just
people call him a bum, bro.
Because he didn't contribute nothing on the offense.
He's better than Rudy Gobert, that guy. You know what I mean? But Dikembe Mutombo's an all-time great.
We unanimously in agreement.
Dikembe Mutombo's an all-time great, man. But either way it goes, Larry Brown. I'm trying to eliminate the guys who have like who you want to call quote-unquote goats. So, I mean, because saying Popovich and Phil Jackson be easy, but look at their rosters.
Well, look,
the guys I've seen.
To Phil's credit, he won with something that other coaches lost with.
What you talking about?
Doug Collins. Because Doug Collins came in saying we need to get the ball in Jordan's hands, and he was
but who was on that roster?
Well, he had Pippen there too.
With Doug Collins?
Yeah, Pippen was there.
Was Rodman there?
Rodman wasn't there yet. Rodman was part of the second three.
Luke Longley and them, Bill Winnington and them. Listen, mind you, see, you.
Horace Grant was. I think he was there.
You guys that don't know basketball, well, I know a lot of y'all. Like, who's Bill Winnington? See, you need guys like Bill Winnington on your team. Luke Longley's on your team. You know what I'm saying? They serve a purpose. Trust and believe that.
Well, look. I'm going to tell you something right now.
Bill Cartwrights.
Yeah.
The B.J. Armstrongs.
Yeah, and my man.
Randy Browns. Those guys. You need them.
You ain't even mentioned my man, Craig Hodges.
Oh, Hodges was cold. He can.
Doesn't he still hold the record for most consecutive threes made?
No, Craig Hodges can shoot.
So, this is the thing. People need to understand that Bulls run. I could care less what the Last Dance said. That general manager was doing his job.
Exactly.
At an elite level. He won championships and said, we still need to do something to this roster.
I mean, you just like, you see how Ant is exhausted and just, if he had a Craig Hodges with him, a Scotty with him, a B.J. Armstrong with him, we wouldn't have these problems. And I say that because that's the comparison y'all make.
Well, we need to fall back from that a little bit.
I've been said that, but I'm a hater. You know what I'm saying?
But given, we seen Jordan get put out when his dudes didn't show up neither. So I know people like to act like Jordan is the answer to all questions. So, I'm gonna just say this. And this is what, his 4th year in the league? Where was Jordan at his 4th year in the league? Was he still getting eliminated in the first round?
I don't know. Was this when the time when Larry Bird called him God, or was that after?
I have to look at that again. Either way, I don't recall Jordan going to the conference finals his 4th year.
No, Ant-Man official. I just don't like the comparison.
So look, listen.
The only person comparable to Michael Jordan is the guy who stole all his moves.
Right.
Kobe.
He's mixed with a little bit of Michael.
Is he? Really? Or is he just Anthony Edwards?
He's mixed with a little bit of him. And when I say mixed with a little bit of him, I mean like the game style, the mid-range style, and like how he can use the post game and in that mid-range to be effective on offense. Now, to say that he's Jordan completely, well, he came in with a different game. Because Jordan didn't come in being able to stretch it on the floor. Jordan came in just being the high riser. Jordan came in being the high riser. Jordan came in for that era. It was a good ball handle, but he wasn't crossing nobody over.
Well, Isaiah Thomas said it best. The Jordan rules, all it was making Jordan go left.
So, we talking about Jaylen Brown now.
Jaylen Brown is no Mike.
But he was the guy that...
And I'm not no big Mike guy. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But I'm just saying, like, you know, Jaylen Brown...
Once again, and then this is the other thing that I have for that. And right now, he is he's a one of a kind in this league when it comes to mentality.
And which is pretty much crazy because the thing is, with the mentality, I was about to go into that. Mentality kind of make you play past whatever your abilities is.
Right.
Due to belief. So you can be like, if Kyrie didn't have the mentality he had, he wouldn't be who he is.
That's the other thing.
So as talented and skilled as Kyrie Irving is, he had the mentality and confidence to match it. You have to have confidence, and the mentality is just as important. You know what I'm saying?
That's the other thing too. There was no Kyrie Irving like player that existed in that era. There was no.
What they say, they'll be trying to say he doing witchcraft,
right,
with the ball.
So listen, look, and this is not a knock against the 90s. But the 2 guard position was kind of dry when you're talking about elite, all-time level players at that spot. When you think about the 90s, you think about big men.
He said Jordan overrated.
I didn't say Jordan was overrated.
He basically saying that.
His competition was not as good.
Mind you, he's told me this many times.
Yes.
He feel like Michael Jordan is overrated. He's just not saying it on the airwaves.
I'm not going to say that Michael Jordan is overrated. I'm going to say, once again, people like to think Michael Jordan is the answer to all questions.
Okay, let me ask you this.
If you was to rank the top guards in this position, who is you starting with?
You know, I don't know, because you know what I'm thinking, like the 2 guard position, I always go straight to the 2000s. With that, I don't even go to the 90s.
Okay.
So
that's Jordan. That eliminates Jordan from having to deal
no, because Kobe. So pretty much all you gotta do is replace Kobe with Jordan.
Yeah,
in the 2000s, they play the same, bro. The exact same.
No, but if we gonna talk about Jordan's validity and his status, we need to talk about who his competition was at his spot.
I think it was only like Clyde.
Which is once again
when Joe D was locking him up.
Okay, so I'm talking about, to be more specific.
Then he had Reggie to deal with, but Reggie wasn't a defender. But he had some issues with him too.
Once again,
was John Starks a 2?
I thought John Starks
was he a 2?
1 mixed with 2.
What was Kevin Johnson? Was he strictly a 1 or was he like tweening?
But listen.
That left shrimp, he was a 3, wasn't he? Who's my man's who got off on the white guy who was busting his head that one game? Rex Chapman, he was cold, dog.
He plays like a 3, so I can't say that he was a 2. Mm-hmm. But
Allen Houston was a 2, wasn't he? But that was probably like the late 90s. My bad.
Yeah. Because they made it to the finals in the early 2000s. Yeah. That team. My point is this: when you look at the top 2s in the history of this game,
they all from the 2000s, to be honest.
So guys that Jordan didn't have to really like guard in his heyday. And then you look at the rules, the rule changes. That played a part in this equation.
Let me give Jordan some rope a little bit. When he played for the Wizards, did he not clip a couple cats with a 40-piece against those guys?
Did he win?
We all said the Wizards wasn't laying like that. But
they made an effort, though.
But Jordan, he did not play bad.
No, he didn't play
bad. At an older age, he didn't play bad.
No, he did, because the game was still somewhat in that half court.
So because I always felt like Jordan was a little bit underrated for the Wizards. Underrated, I'm not saying like
if you go by if you go by the stat sheet and you just read, oh, he had a 40 point night here.
No, I watched it. I did. Like, that's not watched it a lot. Jordan, those dudes for the Wizards wasn't what's up. Like, I'm being Jahidi White and them. You know what I'm saying?
First team. Now, they made an effort to get to the playoffs.
Well, stacking them. This the problem.
But they still didn't get to the playoffs.
Well, this is the problem, and I felt like this because Jordan still had a bit of an ego because Kwame Brown talks about this. Look, Stackhouse should have been the number 1 option at that time. Jordan should not have been number 1. But due to politics, Stackhouse was the number 1. And I think Stackhouse alluded to this too.
Well, and once again, when you praise a certain player and you do sideline acts of worship to this guy, there's nothing wrong with admitting that he's a human being too.
I'm not with the worship. I'm not with that. You know what I'm saying?
A whole lot of people do, and they will point to certain things, and it's like, okay, yes, I hear what you're saying, and I'm not saying that you're wrong in his accomplishments, because nobody can take away anybody's accomplishments.
Right.
But when you want to start talking about errors, and you want to start talking about toughness of errors, the 90s had 6 expansion teams.
Well, the real ballers talk about that. And on top of this, people don't like to mention this, but there's a clip that goes around where they showed where Michael Jordan sent Scotty on Kobe. Like, yo, go guard him. You know what I'm saying? But
more than one of them.
And that goes to talk about the Ant situation, because he don't got nobody. He be like, hey, man, go guard Kyrie, please. You know what I'm saying? I can't deal with that right now. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm trying to do this. You know what I mean? Right. That's what a team is for. So if Jordan played against the likes of Tracy McGrady, I don't think Jordan is stopping no T-Mac. I don't care. There's some dudes you just can't stop. I don't care what type of attitude and nastiness you got. T-Mac was too talented.
That's the point that I'm making. There was no other 2-guard in that era that fit that description. Jordan was the only one.
Let me ask you a question. Is T-Mac compare 2 to MJ to you?
T-Mac To me,
yes.
Which version of Jordan?
No, I'm asking like, if we playing this thing with the eras. Like, so if we going into the 2000s with a sweet spot, and if we had a 96 or whatever Jordan in that era, are you taking a prime T-Mac over Michael Jordan?
It depends on if I got a point guard or not. Because Tracy McGrady, one of his skills that he brought to the table was he can run offense. Jordan doesn't bring that to the table, really. Scottie Pippen was running the offense.
Scotty's underrated.
So
Phil Jackson himself said he's
if I just need a guy to go out there and be my scoring machine, I'm gonna pick Jordan.
But I'm asking you, are you gonna take? I ain't talking about no point guard or nothing. I'm talking about if you need a two. And
if I need a two guard, then I'm gonna take Michael Jordan.
Taking MJ over him. How about Kobe?
If I need a two guard, in that situation, I might take Kobe because Kobe came in with a better jump shot than Jordan.
Allen Iverson.
Well, now we're talking size difference.
So
Iverson is
still went to the final. Iverson still got busy.
Iverson is my favorite two guard of all time. But if that's the only hole that I got to fill, I'm gonna get the guy that gives me a little bit more size.
D Wade. Vince. So Vince still so what he's saying is Jordan will still be effective in the 2000s.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Jordan would still be effective in the 2000s.
Championship caliber effective is what I'm really saying here.
Right. But I'm also saying that this, however many defensive player of the year awards.
Well, he's overrated on defense in my eyes.
Those things wouldn't exist.
He's overrated. Listen, when I look at defenders, I'm very, I guess, strict when it comes to defense. And I don't reward defense off just steals and blocks. I'm all about actually shutting down a guy. Literally shutting him down, like on some, he can't move, he can't get to his spots. Because you could always time a block shot. To me, that's why when a good coach would never will tell a player, don't worry about that block shot, I just timed it, no big deal. You know what I'm saying? Like, or somebody stole it, it's just a time, no big deal. That don't mean he could stop you, he just timed the steal. You know what I'm saying? If somebody's shutting you down to where you can't get to your spots and can't move, that's defense. Steals, block shots, whatever. I've never seen Jordan shut somebody down. Just straight shut somebody down where they can't do nothing.
Well, I mean, that Last Dance documentary will make people think otherwise. Because when they was emphasizing Jordan's defense, they were showing him taking the ball away from certain
time and steals?
Well,
you talking about time and steals?
No, it wasn't just time and steals. It was like he's in front of the guy and he just takes the ball.
How often is this?
I remember 2 clips at least, but like, this is the thing. Who are the guys that he stole the ball from in those clips?
Right, and then on top of that, when you got to do like Rex Chapman talking reckless and then busting your head a little bit, like I don't want to hear that. And then on top of that, listen, Michael Jordan was, I'm not going to say he wasn't good at defense, but, you know, whenever somebody is praised, they over.
Listen, look. Jordan was the very first heavily marketable player that this league ever saw. So
pretty much.
So,
and he's still marketed now.
In order to maximize the dollar amount that they can make off of Jordan's name, we need to keep this guy protected and praised, and we need to keep him valuable. Because the last thing that we want to see is that there's somebody that threatens Michael Jordan's air.
Well, to me, Michael Jordan is not the best 2 guard ever,
So who's the best 2?
I don't know, but I'm looking at guys like.
How you don't know, but you gonna say that?
I don't think he not. But I think he's the most popular player. But if I'm looking at skill wise, you look at the dude like Tracy McGrady, no injuries, dog. Like this cat was nice. Then you look at a guy like D Wade, 6'3". He weighed about as much as Kobe and Jordan did. He won a championship with his second year. D Wade was nice, man.
That was in 2006.
It was in 2006 he won championship?
I believe that was 06.
He came in 2000.
He came in, what was that?
Like his second or third year he won a championship.
It was early in his career.
It was very early.
But I have my own thoughts about that championship, but I'm gonna let you go ahead, Rob.
What you mean? Because he had Twine, Jason Williamson in them? Jason Williams and all them, Shaq.
That squad was fully loaded.
But hold on, because as a Piston fan, I remember Dwayne Wade killing us single-handedly, bro. Single-handedly.
With those guys there?
Dwayne Wade was killing us single-handedly, dog.
But were those other guys there?
They wasn't doing nothing but him.
It doesn't matter.
He was killing. It was driving me up the wall.
But were they there?
That's cool. But okay, look.
Were they there?
Yes, but okay.
It doesn't matter.
Listen.
Look.
Hold on.
Listen.
Hold on a second.
If there's a lion sitting in the corner, it don't matter if he growling and getting ready to fight.
So, what would you say Gary Payton was at that time?
He was solid enough to contribute to a championship team.
And then Twine Walker.
Oh, I remember Antoine Walker.
Because you was talking about old dudes here. All old dudes.
Right.
So, Twine Walker.
Right.
Older guy.
Right.
Way past the prime. Shaq. Past the prime.
Past the prime, but he was still
Was
one of
Posey over there?
James Posey was over there.
What do you think about James Posey?
I love James Posey.
Oh, you like? Okay, cool.
I love James Posey.
You know, Jason Williams my guy. You know what I'm saying? That's
Jason
my
Williams.
dude
That was
right
the
there.
backup.
But, you know, Jason Williams my dude. You know
That was
what I'm
a
saying?
backup point guard. Then you had a young Udonis Haslem over there.
Udonis Haslem never been cold to me, but that's cool, though.
Look.
He never
At the
been
end of
cold.
the day-
Even with the braids. You know what I'm saying?
At the end
But
of the day,
salute, though.
Udonis Haslem bring the hustle. He bring that consistent
So-
15-footer shot. He
So
brings
who'd you
heavy
rather have,
rebound.
Draymond Green or Udonis?
Well, for me, I'd rather have Udonis.
Oh, my gosh. He said he'd
I
rather
don't
have
need.
Udonis over
I
Draymond
don't-
Green?
Listen, look.
Oh.
Listen, look. Listen, look. I don't need my power forward to facilitate the offense.
You think Udonis colder than Draymond?
For offense, yeah.
Oh.
What scoring threat is Draymond Green?
What scoring threat is Udonis?
You don't know about that
15 That little
15-footer?
side, little. Draymond can hit a three. That little straight.
How many shots he need to make one?
Wasn't he popping off in the finals?
How
That
many-
brother was popping off in the finals.
How many shots does Draymond Green need to make one? That's a simple question. Very simple question.
You can ask that about Udonis, dog.
Hold on. If Udonis was given a 15-footer and your life was on the line, and Draymond Green was given a 15-footer and your life was on the line, who do you think has a higher chance of making that shot?
I'm not confident either one of my life on the line. I'm not confident in either one.
Well,
Like,
once
Udonis
again,
was alright.
This is where, look, Google exists, YouTube exists. We can educate ourselves on who these guys are.
Listen, man, like he likes to, for whatever reason, he'd like to discredit that D Wade championship with the Heat.
No, I did not discredit it.
And I don't even like the Heat.
No, I did not discredit it. All I said was you plug any one of those other superstars that existed in that era on that team, and I think you get the same results. You put T-Mac on that team, I think you get the same results. You put Allen Iverson on that team, I think you get the same results.
So you saying that Allen Iverson is better than Dwayne Wade?
In my mind, yes. Could Dwayne Wade have
This brother said Allen Iverson's better than Dwayne Wade.
Could Allen Iverson have not won that championship? Could Dwayne Wade have taken that Sixers team, even with the Dikembe Mutombo? Could he have taken them to the
Dog,
finals?
hold on. Dwayne Wade kind of does everything better than Allen Iverson except dribble.
But yet, He
shoots the mid range better.
But yet,
he drives better.
But
he plays defense better.
But yet, and still, he had to be surrounded.
Was Magic not surrounded? Was Jordan not surrounded?
We not talking about
Was
Magic.
Kobe not surrounded?
We talking about.
You just said if T-Mac had Grant Hill and Tim Duncan, y'all would have won a championship. You said that. You talking about him being surrounded.
I believe we would have. Now, having two cold teammates does not equal surrounded. That just means you got two cold teammates.
Tim Duncan and Grant Hill.
That don't mean you. Well, first of all, Grant Hill was on crutches, so he was not the same Grant Hill that he was in Detroit.
Was Grant Hill not cold in Phoenix?
He was role player cold in Phoenix.
It's levels to this. You do know it's levels to this. That's why Kobe and Shaq was winning with those role players. Cause it's levels to this.
Exactly.
So if you had Grant Hill and Tim Duncan with Tracy McGrady, that's not surrounded?
No, it's not surrounded.
Because D Wade was rolling with old dudes.
Okay, but how many plays did Antoine Walker make for them? How many plays did James Posey make for them?
Man. You got some experience.
How many plays did Udonis Haslem make for them? How many plays did Jason Williams make for them? How many plays did Gary Payton make for them?
It's a 5-man game.
Oh, it is a 5-man game.
Exactly. So why you saying surrounded?
You said surrounded when you said just Tim Duncan and Grant Hill. Last time I checked, that's only 3 players when you add Tracy McGrady to that. So who's the other 2?
Who was they one? Was it Terrell Brandon?
No.
I keep getting it. Who's their point guard, dog? So I keep thinking of Terrell Brandon. I don't know
why. We had a mix. We had Daryl Armstrong.
I always get them mixed up. Daryl Armstrong trash to you? He wouldn't have been good with them?
Man, look. I don't know what.
Please don't tell me Daryl Armstrong's trash.
No, he wasn't trash. You just couldn't look to him to score.
But with those guys, you couldn't dish it to him for an open shot. I mean, because if
at that point in time, what do I need him for? Anybody can do that.
But look, if you had Grant, didn't Michael Jordan pass to Steve Kerr? Didn't Kobe pass to Fisher?
So who was the shooter?
Huh?
Mike Miller was gone.
If you wide open, you should make a shot.
So who is the shooter?
Huh?
That's my question. Who is the guy that whenever Tracy would drive and he would kick it to, who's the shooter? Because that Orlando team is trash.
Daryl Armstrong could shoot if he's open, bro. Daryl Armstrong wasn't garbage.
He was not the shooter.
I'm saying
he was not a shooter.
Open. Derek Fisher wasn't no shooter, but he hit timely threes.
Derek Fisher was a better shooter than Daryl Armstrong.
Bro, look. Derek Fisher, I'm not throwing nothing to Derek Fisher and relying on him for nothing. You know what I'm saying?
But yet and still, this dude made some clutch shots to get the Lakers.
That point 3-4 shot was the luckiest shot I ever seen ever. It went in. You know what I'm saying? It went in. I see them make a shot for the Thunder, but mind you, it was one shot. Like, it counted.
How many shots did he make for the Lakers when it was him and Kobe and Paul Gasol?
Huh?
You don't remember this?
I do remember this, but it's not like you was relying on him for the whole game. That's what I'm saying.
No.
Daryl Armstrong can hit one of those for you.
He can hit the Derek. It was more than just hitting one of them. Derek Fisher made a number of times
through 4 quarters. You relying on Derek Fisher to hit? Man, listen, man.
Ain't nobody relying on him. It's just the fact that, we got a guy that's open that we can pass it to and he can make it.
I'm a Pistons fan, diehard.
Daryl Armstrong is not in the same category.
I'm a Pistons guy all day, and D Wade was cooking us. It wasn't Antoine Walker. It wasn't Jason Williams. It wasn't Gary Payton. It wasn't Posey.
But you know what those guys bring to the table?
IQ.
They bring a distraction to the table.
IQ and veteran leadership.
They allow Dwayne Wade to go one-on-one with whoever you have.
But that's why I said what Conley's there for Ant-Man. That's why he needs other veterans there.
But that's why I said if you plug any other superstar in that same position, I feel like you get the same results. Because if you distracted, worried about him, and worried about him, and worried about him over there, and it's just me and you, mano y mano. Yeah, I'm taking Allen Iverson.
So what happened with Allen Iverson with the Nuggets then? He had a lot of distractions over there.
He wasn't the guy. It was Melo's
There was a
team.
lot of distractions over there.
That was Melo's team. That's your boy. You need to ask him these questions. Why was you laying down on the court for how many possessions straight? What's up with you, fam? You need to ask him them questions. Those are questions for him. That was his team.
Because that George Karl, is he a trash coach to you?
You ask the players. They'll
You
say
have
you're a
Ma-
snake.
George Karl?
Ask the players. You got verification from Melo, Iggy, Boogie Cousins. They all came out and said this. Kenyon Martin. They all came out. You telling me all four of them wrong?
No, I ain't saying wrong. Okay, cool. So, all right, cool. Cool. George Karl's a snake confirmed. So, but with that roster on the, because that's Iverson's best squad, and Melo was upset when they traded him, mind you. You know what I'm saying? So therefore, so it was not like Melo was on some other stuff like, oh, he wanted him there. So you had Camby, right?
Marcus Camby.
K-Mark was over there, right?
The team. Marcus Camby, K-Mark,
You had J.R. Smith, AI,
then you
Allen
had
Iverson.
Chris Anderson over there. I think Earl Boykins was coming off the bench.
That's one of the coldest rosters
You right.
that you can have there. And
So
your man Iverson was
whose
there.
responsibility is it to carry the team to the promised land?
Wasn't Iverson in the finals?
Whose responsibility is it to carry the team to the promised land? Is it your number one option or is it your number two option?
So let me ask you a question. So you gonna concede that Allen Iverson's number 2 to Melo?
On that team, yes. That's Melo's team. Just like how LeBron was the number 2 to Dwayne Wade that first year.
But he
passed that thing off and look what happened next.
Yeah.
So I don't know what you're trying to get at here.
I'm just saying, man.
I
Like, look,
don't know what you're trying to get at here.
Iverson was surrounded by some elite talent.
As the number 2
Elite.
guy.
And then he went to Detroit. Was those guys not official?
They wasn't elite. They wasn't elite.
So
talent.
cats that won a championship wasn't elite. That's cool.
No.
That's cool.
It's called.
So we gonna act like Rasheed Wallace wasn't like that. Was Ben Wallace still there? Or was he gone? He was in Chicago at the time. Okay, so we had Sheed over there.
Chauncey wasn't there because that was part of the trade.
What, Rip Chop Liver? Tayshaun was there still, wasn't he?
Ain't nobody calling Rip Chop Liver.
You know what I mean? Like,
But
Iverson
those guys function when they have the right players around him. When you talk about guys like Rip, system specific in order for him to be maximized. System specific. This is a guy that can't create his own shot. This is a guy whose defense is questionable. Not saying that he's a slouch, but he ain't like that. This is a guy that is the mid-range version of a Reggie Miller, or for the modern kids, he's a mid-range version of Steph Curry.
Well, he doesn't
run around screens, and I'm gonna pop this mid-range.
He doesn't like Reggie Miller like that.
I'm gonna pop that Udonis Haslem shot.
He don't like Reggie Miller like that, mind y'all. He think Reggie Miller is low key trash on the low.
Don't listen to him. I did not say that.
You know what I'm saying? He don't like Reggie.
not say that.
If I mention Reggie, he don't like that guy. You know what I'm saying?
I did not say these
Word. Like when I mention Reggie, like Reggie, he ain't do nothing. Like him.
Is this what you do? You start going to these tactics right here? I don't understand it. Don't believe it.
He don't like Reggie.
Don't-
You like
don't
Reggie?
believe it.
When I mention Reggie, you say he not elite.
I like Reggie. But when you want to compare him to the other threes, because he's a 3,
He's a 2. He's listed as a 2.
he's listed as a 3.
Where? Man, he's a 2 guard.
Even if you want to list him as a 2, that's even worse.
He not no 3 because he don't play defense. You gotta play defense as a 3.
Whichever way you want to look at it, you can name at least 5 at each position that's better than Reggie Miller.
Listen, man, look. At the end of the day,
You might be able to pull 10 if you think about
He
it.
said if you place Allen Iverson with that Miami Heat squad, they go into the championship and winning it.
Look,
Allen Iverson.
who was a deadlier scorer? Let that be your answer.
Deadlier scorer.
Yes. Who was a deadlier scorer?
How many shots you need for this?
Shoot.
How many shots you need? And because Dwayne Wade making him at a higher clip.
Like I said before.
Because they both play the mid-range game. And then D-Wade can drive better. Well, he could take the punishment more so.
Because he has the body for it. Is that what you're saying? He's a bigger guy.
Is that false? Just because you want to be a crash dummy, that don't make it smart.
No. At the end of the day,
crashing out don't make it wise. You can crash out. You can slug with a slugger all day and lose. That don't make you smart. That just mean you got heart.
At the end,
because you got heart, that don't make you smart.
At the end of the day, Dwayne Wade did not do what Iverson did with nothing.
Is he not better than? Are you saying Allen Iverson's better than Dwayne Wade?
Yes, I'm saying that all day long, and I'm not thinking twice about it.
On the F&S. He said that
Allen
Iverson is better than D Wade.
I'm not thinking twice about it.
D Wade.
I'm not thinking twice about it. Dwayne Wade won when he was surrounded.
Mind you, this is biasness.
Listen, look.
This is biasness.
Dwayne Wade won when he was surrounded. Then he won when he.
Mind you, Allen Iverson was surrounded twice.
Who was the first time?
Nuggets.
No. When he was the guy. That's what you need to count it as.
So he moving goalposts around here.
I said that's the same thing.
He moving the goalposts. Nah, man. He moving the goalposts. He's moving the goalposts because Allen Iverson is his favorite player. It's cool.
No. I ain't moving no goalposts.
It's cool. He's moving the goalposts because Allen Iverson is his favorite player.
Listen.
One of the most inefficient shooters
I've ever seen. Who was the number one option for that Denver team? Wasn't it your guy, Carmelo?
I mean, look.
So why didn't he win? Even when they made the switch to get Chauncey Billups, he still didn't get the job done. So why?
Listen.
What?
What's
going on here?
There's no shame in losing Kobe in them. There's no shame in that. No, it's not.
When you should have won, there's shame in that.
No, when
you should have won.
Listen, when you play against greatness, it's a possibility you lose.
Oh, so you're not great no more?
Melo is great. Melo is my favorite player of all time. But I'm also not biased.
Listen. Look.
He just said you need a point guard. Guess what he had? See, everything he's saying is proven. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you swap out Allen Iverson and you just replace that one dude. You know what I'm saying? And they go to Western Conference Finals.
Oh, but he still lost.
Okay, you lost to Kobe in them. All right, cool.
Lost.
You lost to LA. You lost to the Lakers. Kobe in them. That's fine. Whatever. You know what I'm saying?
He still lost.
That was his first shot. That was his first time being there. That's not to say that he wouldn't have got that. Whatever.
We not buying that.
Everybody lost.
Was in the league,
everybody lost before. You don't win every game. Everybody lost before.
Listen.
Jokic and them just lost. Ain't he the best player in the league? He just lost.
Look, at the end of the day,
you know what I'm saying?
At the end of the day, Melo didn't do something right. He didn't do something right a number of times. Ain't this the same dude that got blocked twice or a number of times by Roy Hibbert in the East? Like, everybody was talking all down on the East at that time. Then Melo come to the East and he couldn't even get out the first round?
Listen.
What's up with that?
We're talking about the Knicks?
Yeah. What's up with that?
I'm not knocking that.
What's up with that?
Melo got just as much success as Allen Iverson.
So no, we don't, because maybe the number one option.
Both our guys lost to the same dude. No. What is you saying?
No.
You lost to LA. I lost to LA.
No.
Just in a different round.
Iverson lost to Shaq and Kobe.
Is it not LA?
To Shaq and Kobe.
Is it LA?
To Shaq and Kobe.
Is it the Lakers or not?
Carmelo lost to Andrew Bynum, Paul Gasol, and Kobe. While having Kenyon Martin and Chauncey Billups.
So wait a second.
While having
hold on.
Them guys right there.
Hold on.
J.R. Smith still on that team?
Hold on.
Wasn't Earl Boykins still on that team?
Can I ask a question?
Wasn't Earl Boykins still on that team?
Can I ask a question?
Man, that dude had a loaded squad.
Let me ask you a question. You just said George Karl was a snake, so we're going to leave that over there.
Okay, so when he was on the
Let me ask you a question. Is Kenyon Martin going to stop Paul Gasol? And I love Kenyon Martin. Is he going to stop Paul Gasol?
He doesn't need to stop him. Can he equalize that?
No.
Oh, man.
No.
So
what you saying about Paul Gasol, man? Is Paul Gasol not cold?
Paul Gasol's cold, but
He cold.
But last
He's
time
better
I
than
checked,
Kenyon Martin.
But last time
and I love Kenyon Martin.
But last time I checked, I thought Kenyon Martin was cold too.
He is, but he not no Paul Gasol.
It doesn't matter.
And then Lamar Odom. Hold on, wait.
Cold is cold.
Wasn't Lamar Odom? Now we
cold.
gonna let's
Cold is cold.
Let's delete any issues Lamar Odom have. Is Lamar Odom not cold?
Lamar Odom got skills. Everybody
He's
knows
cold.
that.
All right
Everybody
then. You
knows
know
that
what
he
I'm
got
saying?
skills.
So who's exactly stopping Lamar Odom? The dude 6'9", arms down to his knees, can dribble, drive, shoot, everything.
Was
like,
he
you know
the
what I mean?
deciding factor in that?
I'm just asking the question.
I'm asking you the question.
I'm asking you a question.
Was he
Now,
the deciding factor in that?
He doesn't have to be, but he was a key factor. Bynum.
Nice way to Euro step and say no.
Is Bynum trash to you?
Nice
Now,
way to Euro
when
step and
Bynum
say
was for
no.
LA, was he trash? Yes, he had issues, but was he trash?
He had 2 good years.
Those the championship years, wasn't it? So was he trash at that time? Because you like to say at this time. Like with Brunson, this year.
Yep.
So those years, was he trash?
No, he wasn't.
All right then. So therefore he was over there.
But you don't think that Marcus Camby could have done something with that?
Is Marcus Camby a defender? All right then. So therefore, look
Marcus
here.
Camby is a defender.
Is he?
That's what he brings to
How
the table.
skinny is he compared to Bynum? Because Bynum did play an actual big man role and posted down there, and Marcus Camby was kind of thin. So
That's fine.
we talking physicality. What we doing there?
Okay, so where does Melo come in this picture? Where does his impact come in this picture?
Melo getting off on everybody. It don't matter. Look, he handled his business. They went to the Western Conference Finals and lost. That's what happened when elites play elite. Somebody got to lose, and Melo happened to lose that time. But I'm not gonna take nothing away from Melo.
Explain the East.
The Knicks, I had no faith in that team. No faith. I ain't never. Well, I didn't know you at the time, but I never would have told you the Knicks was going to the finals. I would never said that.
But wouldn't you think that they was gonna get out the first round?
Who they face?
The Pacers.
The Pacers, and that was who?
That was Lance Stevenson, Paul George, David West, Roy Hibbert.
They had a better team.
Then Tyson Chandler.
Wasn't that Vogel in them?
Yes.
Coach better than everything. We're not gonna do that. Why are you even
Woodson.
playing? Why are you playing these games?
Mike Woodson.
Are you serious?
Mike Woodson.
So Mike Woodson better than Vogel?
He can get with him.
Come on, man. Like
With a squad.
that team.
I mean,
the
had
Pacers-
Carmelo Anthony would have decided to pull up for a mid-range instead of trying to dunk on people.
Listen, I'm not about to listen. This is the thing. I don't absolve my favorite players. Melo has flaws. That's my guy though. He has flaws though. I have no problem admitting that. You know what I'm saying? But the Pacers was a better team overall than the Knicks. Overall.
Yeah, but you know, you have these certain superstar players that have these.
Superstars can't just beat teams.
Well, sometimes they did, you know, because
Oh, man.
there is a guy named LeBron that totally dismantled the Pistons.
How often does this happen?
He totally
Oh.
dismantled the Celtics, and everybody was like, you know, on this thing for a period of time. Like Melo.
He mentioned
better
one
than
guy.
LeBron. So you know,
Melo is offensively better than LeBron James. He's not a better basketball player. Offensively,
and
he's
we
a
need
better.
to clarify that when we say offensively.
He's not
We
a better-
mean scorer. We
Oh,
mean
look.
scorer.
Listen,
because
man.
offensively
Listen,
contributes to
look,
other
listen,
things
man.
than just
Listen,
scoring.
dog. Like, let me tell you something. Like, yes, LeBron has an IQ with getting dudes involved, but he does not play offense better than Carmelo Anthony. He doesn't.
I don't know.
He don't.
Bron
He don't
always-
drive better.
Bron-
He don't shoot better.
Bron
He don't
always-
post better.
Bron always carried a heavier responsibility.
He does not play offense better. Okay? He don't drive better. He don't shoot better. He don't dribble better. He don't do it. Look, at the end of the day, his IQ, he gets other people involved, but he played a point. He played a certain position better. But he, as far as getting a bucket, no.
So he's like Professor X.
I've never disrespected Bron's game. I love his game. But I told you already, and I will die on this. I will take Carmelo over everybody. Just how I will build my team. I don't care who you sit in front of me.
That's cool. That's cool.
Because I know I can roll with Melo. Point blank, I'm gonna just build my team correctly. Well, it's 1,000 ways to skin a cat, man.
You
Like,
right.
you know what I'm saying?
You
so
right. But based
just
on
like you like Allen Iverson,
based on their careers, my guy can take me to the finals. Your guy, he's gonna come up short of the finals. So I like my chances. I like and not only will he take him to the finals, he'll take him to the finals with a much less talented squad. So,
but he forgot to mention he had Larry Brown, all-time great coach. Cool.
That's fine.
Cool.
That is all fine.
You know, coaches. See, he keep playing with these arguments. He just said that the coaches need the players need the coaches.
You're right.
But George Karl's a snake, so Carmelo had a snake with him. You know what I'm saying? Like,
but he had
Mike
me? Woodson too.
You know what I'm saying? Like, Mike Woodson is cool.
Mike Woodson is a good coach,
but he not in the classes of Larry Brown.
Mm-hmm.
You gonna say Mike Woodson, Larry Brown?
I'm not saying that Mike.
All
Woodson
right
is
then,
Larry Brown.
He's not Larry Brown, and I haven't heard no snake stuff like George Karl, so he's not a snake either.
Mm-hmm. But I haven't heard no snake stuff about Woodson either.
No, that's what I'm saying. He's not a, so. But then again, when Melo was over in New York, I mean, they was cool. They was cool. They wasn't beating no Pacers, not no prime Paul George. Then you had Danny Granger over there, right? You was big on Danny Granger, wasn't you?
I like Danny.
Know what I'm saying?
I like
Roy
Danny
Hibbert,
Granger.
underrated. They like to play Roy Hibbert because he actually plays like a center.
But if
he plays the center position, then you had Jamal Tinsley over there. We gonna say Jamal Tinsley light?
No, I'm not gonna say Jamal Tinsley light. But I will say when I compare them two teams, because not only did Melo get Chauncey Billups in Denver, but Melo had Chauncey
That's
Billups
after the torn Achilles?
New York too. And then, if I remember it correctly, Tyson Chandler was your man's, wasn't he? Tyson Chandler
I never said that was
center.
my man's. He was cool.
Tyson Chandler was the center over there. They still had Stat, even though Stat was like
Stat with the bad knees. Stat, okay, cool.
But he was still getting busy. I mean, bad knees Stat is better than David West. Bad knees Stat is better than David West. So I don't know which angle you want to talk about this.
Listen, the Pacers a better team. They had a better coach. All that. It's what it was. But they didn't get as far as they got for no reason.
But at some point in time, the superstar has to take over the game and be the superstar.
Listen, I'm not disagreeing with you.
So
Allen Iverson had one successful season.
One is better than none.
You know what I'm saying?
One is better than
going
none.
to the Western Conference Finals, successful season. That's successful. And Edwards, successful season. You the last 4 teams standing is a successful season, dog. That's a failure.
No, it's not a failure.
All right then.
But it's not.
Neither one of them got championships on their hand.
No.
All right then.
No, but we can point to more obvious reasons as to why Iverson don't and Melo don't. Melo had Iverson as a second guy.
The same argument he's having, Allen Iverson was given cold squads too.
With who?
Denver was an all-star team.
No. Don't be coming at me with this.
Denver was
second.
an all-star team.
No. Iverson.
The Pistons,
that team was not built around
the Pistons
Iverson.
was still official at that time. They had talent that Iverson could work with.
No.
All right.
The Pistons wanted Allen Iverson to come off the bench. That was a real problem here. And if I'm Allen Iverson, I ain't taking the back seat to no Rip Hamilton either.
Who's the champion here?
That's fine. Who is the most respected amongst the peers?
I don't hear anybody talking bad about Richard Hamilton. I heard guarding Richard Hamilton's a headache. You're trying to guard him, you know what I'm saying? Chasing him around is a headache.
Okay, if guarding Rip Hamilton is a headache,
who would you rather guard, Allen Iverson or Richard Hamilton?
I would rather guard Rip.
Getting chased around, running through screens all day?
I would rather do that because at least then I know that this player can only succeed if he has help from the other 4 teammates to get him over.
You still got to guard him, dog.
That's fine.
And you still got to run through screens.
That's fine. Because I'm going to pull out all the veteran tricks that they do. I'm going to jab you in your ribs when I'm coming by you. You know, all them little veteran tricks is coming out. Because if it's going to take your whole team to help you get open, for you to get off, versus me and this guy, mano y mano, and I can't stay in front of him, I can live with fighting through your whole squad because they recognize that you need that much help.
There's a such thing as fatigue, and you will get tired.
That's all right. That's where that old school basketball comes out. I'm gonna start clotheslining cats. I'm gonna start doing everything that the 80s and the 90s allowed.
He said he gonna get ejected guarding Richard Hamilton.
That's all right.
All right, cool.
Look, that's all right. That's all right. Skin and bones will break. Skin and bones will break.
Well, I mean, you know, it is what it. Hey, look, we veered off. It's fine. That's what we do.
We definitely veered off.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he finna get hemmed up. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? He finna get hemmed up. So we gon' close this out. You know what I mean?
We need to close this out on topic. Frank Vogel did not deserve to get fired.
Nope.
JB Bickerstaff did not deserve to get fired.
Nope.
Darvin Ham, I don't feel sorry for you, but I hope you get another job.
He should get the Hornets job or something. I wouldn't mind bringing him in Detroit.
And Monty Williams, we hope to hear of your departure soon.
Yep. Get your money, go retire, heal.
But because you made it to the finals, if you stay, we will understand why.
No, I don't understand why. I don't at all. Like, I don't understand nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand anything.
You know what getting to the finals looks like.
No, he with Chris Paul.
And so you can see if you got the elements of that on this team.
No.
Should Detroit keep Cade Cunningham and invest in him and be built?
I give him one more year. I'll be looking at him with the side eye, but I give him one more year to see what's up.
And is James Wiseman? Is it worth?
Yes.
Matching his offer sheet? Because are you gonna give him the minutes?
Yes. When he plays, he's productive. When he plays, he's productive. You gotta give the guy a chance, man. Gotta give him a chance. Like, you don't let somebody go like that. Just let him go. Like, the Warriors did, but they had different circumstance. We don't. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can.
No.
The Warriors are impatient. Like, they championship or bust type stuff. The Pistons, we building. So we got. Look, I'm not getting rid of Wiseman, bro. I don't want to get rid of Durant either. But if they talking about the Ingram thing, I mean, I'll get rid of Ivy, like you said. I mean, because we could do without Ivy if we get Ingram. But I'm keeping the other guys, though. So, I don't
Monty, we hope to hear about your departures.
Please. And go ahead and relax. Go on vacation. Go on cruises. Out the country. You're going to get your money. You know what I'm saying? So, you're going to be good, man. And I hope you heal up the things you're going through personally, man. You know what I mean? Word up. All right, man. We out of here.
Peace.
All right.
F&S, the attention is to be the best. Not just sports, every box we check. Whatever topic we address. No such thing as putting us to the test. We not compromise. Guess you could say we selfish in that sense. What's your top 10? We break it down a little.